Last we left our heroes, you were pulled through the back alleys of Sigil and found yourselves down in a dark void, and not alone. Towering over you, looking down like a menacing mountain, loomed the blade-wreathed Lady of Pain. Materializing from the void, this immense maze of fog began to form, and directly before you, an iron gate solidified from the ether. You watched one of the lady's servants glide through and act as her mouthpiece, claiming you had been bold in your short time in this city and that your worth was to be tested. Here within this deep maze of her making, you would be challenged in mind, body, and spirit, and should you show heart and heroics, you would be granted audience and gain the aid that you seek from the lady. Should you fail, then this maze would devour your mind and body whole. Cognizant of the late hour to which you were drawn here, and the abilities used in several encounters throughout this day, you stepped into the misty maze. Exploring section by section, you did indeed find chances to prove yourselves, as well as signs of previous travelers and the still living threats that remain. You successfully answered twice how the lady may aid you, first asking for aid in killing the general, and you were shown a gemstone-edged blade of immaculate creation, and second, asking for a way home, and you were shown an ornate silver doorknob. Finally, you came to a frozen cavern-like room, this icy lake being patrolled by twisted minotaur figures whom you fell into battle with. As the battle continued, another opponent approached, this bladed construct. You felled the beasts and lured the construct out onto the ice, where it plunged through the cracked surface and began to rapidly disappear beneath its depths, alongside Hondo and Alana. As the adrenaline fades from the fight and the two of you plunge into the freezing waters of this pool, that's where we're going to begin tonight. Immediately, both of you suffer 10 points of cold damage, reduced to 5. Given Alana, you are still raging, and Hondo is resistant to cold. Both of you suffer 5 points of cold damage. Just as you're plunged in, your heads sink beneath the water for a moment, you pull yourselves back up, and immediately you can feel like a biting cold, this water, and already you can see where it had broken away. Already it's beginning to slowly kind of refreeze at the edges. It is deathly cold, though you watch the bladed machine plummeting into the depths. And as you both are pulling yourselves up, gasping for air in the sudden flash freeze, you look down to see this construct dip beneath the water, and both of you catch a glint, something kind of catching the light deep in the darkness in the bottom of this depths. What are you guys doing?
Since I'm raging, should I go and die for it? That's what I think she would do. Even though I'm raging, I'll take the damage.
It will sustain your rage.
Yeah.
Just by the feeling of this constant cold, you can very quickly, in this kind of first round, like in this first 6 seconds of you treading water, that biting cold, this almost like pierce every couple of seconds as it just like rocks across your body very quickly. That's going to piss you off as you keep going, and it's not going to abate. If you want to sustain your rage and dive, you certainly can try.
Okay, I'm going to try.
Okay, Hondo, what are you doing?
What did Ali just say she was doing?
Ali's going to dive down to the glint. You're not sure exactly how deep down it is, but you can see it kind of catching some of the light from your magic and the light of this room. There's something kind of glinting deep in the depths, but it's hard to tell how deep it is.
Could I use Whisper to get closer to see what it is? Like teleport?
You can try. You can certainly try. But it is going to be a difficult shot because, one, you're not sure the distance. So you're basically just throwing the dagger as far as you can, and you have to throw it underwater. So it's almost like your distance is kind of half of what you should be able to do, even with your sharpshooter ability. You can hit a target very well, but it's literally trying to throw against water. It's not exact, but you're more than welcome to give it a shot if you want to make an attack roll.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Okay, so you watch Brawley begin to dive below as you wind back and throw Whisper down. I want to also, just as you're making that roll, Allie, go ahead and make an athletics check for me, which you have advantage on while you're raging. I want to remind, just kind of like as we begin this game after a little bit of a break, you were pulled here at just after midnight into this realm. And you've been here now for a little over an hour. So you're pushing into like 1, almost 2 o'clock by the time the end of this combat has come. Gord has sustained 1 point of exhaustion as a result of pushing through literally like what you should be sleeping. So you imagine that is going to be something you're fighting against. You're fighting against time as well as your natural exhaustion, as well as whatever the fuck else is in this maze. Boone, Mary, and Gord, you guys watch as the two of them go ahead and do this, and we're going to go through basically like a round with them as the rest of you stand up on the edge. You'll get a second to act after. Honda, what did you roll?
11. And I'm adding Whisper, right?
Yeah.
All right, so that's plus 14.
You
25.
draw back and you throw Whisper down as hard as you can, and you watch it disappear and almost lose sight of it in the depths. But it doesn't seem to catch on anything, and so it doesn't have a chance to teleport you to it, as it just kind of drifts, and then you feel it return back to your hand, not connecting with something. So as you are still kind of on the top of the water, Alana, would you roll athletics?
22.
22. You just dive down, and immediately the cold like biting at your eyes, and you can feel like your eyes beginning to kind of crystallize and frost over with the intensity of this cold. You suffer another 5 points of cold damage, 10 reduced to 5 because of your rage, as you just begin just full diving as fast and swimming as fast as you can. As you do not have a swim speed, you can basically dash to your full speed. So you move 30 feet in this first kind of swim. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
At disadvantage, unfortunately, because of the darkness of the depths.
8.
8. The cold and the darkness in this lake, in this void, is such that it is becoming very difficult to parse how far down this glint is and even how far you've gone. But just kind of carried by the anger, you just keep swimming. You're not sure exactly how far you have to go. And holding your breath, you can hold your breath for like 3 to 5 minutes, given how like tough you are. So like you're not overly concerned, but you're just not sure how far you have yet to go. The rest of you outside of the water, is there anything you guys want to do in this moment as you watch Hondo throw Whisper and Allie just dive?
I just took a huge bite of cookie. I feel so bad. I think Boone would just be using his polearm, his glaive, to just like smash the ice that's like continuing to freeze over, just trying to make sure that they still have a way up.
Okay.
And then just trying to like peer down and make sure they're okay.
I would say it is difficult to look through because, as I'm saying, like the ice is rapidly kind of grabbing. So like you have to focus and you have to keep just kind of going, as it's almost like a whack-a-mole of just like constant like moving thin bits of ice. So to maintain that, you're gonna have to maintain that until someone comes out, essentially.
No problem.
Mary and Gord, anything you guys want to do? Not that you have to, just asking.
Just trying to think of other ways to agitate the water so that it doesn't freeze over. Maybe what I'll do is I'll take out just like my grappling crossbow gun thing and like flip it so that it's loose, and just toss the hook part to Hondo. If you go down, just take this with you, and then at least we'll have a lifeline for you.
I can do that.
Okay.
Get Alana out of there.
How long is your the rope to your grapple gun?
60 feet, I think.
60? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, actually, I think I have a 150-foot rope. Maybe I'll just use that instead. It doesn't need to be the grapple gun. Yeah, okay, I'll just do that. I'll do that instead. I'll use the just regular 150-foot rope instead.
Do you have a 150-foot rope?
Or maybe it's 100-foot rope. Let me check.
Everyone has 50.
Maybe I'm getting that number because we tied them together for something
Tie the
different.
50 to your grapple gun. Shoot Hondo with your grapple gun.
I think that might be a little heavy for it. Where is my rope?
Your
I will find it and let you know. But that's basically what I'm doing, no matter what.
I think in everyone's pack you have 50 feet of hempen rope.
Okay.
So very easily enough, you could take an action to tie a couple together to get at least, tie one to get you 100 feet, give Hondo one end, and you could take a second to tie the other end to another to give you 150 feet should that be needed. But as you kind of toss Hondo one end of a rope, Hondo,
Yep.
Are you diving down into the water?
Sure.
Okay. Hondo, with your swim speed, you're able to catch up to Alana as you're both kind of now diving down into the cold. Again, both of you take 5 points of cold damage.
Even me?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
Damn.
So you better have the health for this.
This is like, obviously, it's an unnatural cold. Cold, the depths of an ocean. The pressure. This doesn't have that pressure element. This is an unnatural, frigid water. It's either constantly magically kept this way by something in the water, or perhaps just by nature of this extra dimensional place. It's, I don't know, something you can't explain at the moment. But what you can explain is it fucking hurts. As both of you dive, at this point, 60 feet into the water, both of you kind of now racing. Hondo catching up to Alana. Hondo, you do have one end of a rope that Mary has now tied into 100 feet. Alana and Hondo, you guys begin swimming another 30 feet. Now 90 feet of this rope deep, and you haven't quite reached the bottom. However, both of you can see that glint is growing closer. You gather at least another 30 feet, so it'll be 120 feet roughly to the bottom. It's hard to gauge exactly, and that darkness is just looming. Hondo, out of the corner of your eye, as the two of you are diving and swimming, you can just see this faint shift in the darkness, just like a rolling kind of shift. Both of you take another 5 points of cold damage. And as you just get down, you can see the bottom kind of not illuminated by anything necessarily, but just by proximity, you can see a shift. And this is kind of natural rock and iced base on the ground. And right what this glint is catching, you see a chest. There's a chest, and it has been encased in ice. You can see ice is grasped all around from the sides, and it entirely encrusts it with like 3-4 inches of ice. It is a thick, heavy encasing. But you can see right on the chest, right where the lock should be, you can see the symbol of the lady. It's often seen in sigil, her bladed wreath, and this kind of complacent face. Clearly, something here. What do you guys do?
So we're right at the ice thing now, or we're like...
You guys are right on top of it. Hondo, you can breathe water. It burns your lungs and your esophagus to like drink in this cold water. Alana, with just the swimming, you've had no issues and still have several minutes of air. You feel confident in the time it'll take here. However, keeping in mind for Alana, not for Hondo, physical exertion will cost you some of that time. But you guys are right in front of this chest.
Well, I guess we'll start trying to break it.
Can I try and crack it too with my hammer?
Absolutely. For each hit, it's going to cost you some of your air. But yes, Hondo, it costs you nothing. But both of you go ahead and make attack rolls.
One thing, could we lift it?
The ice is basically kind of around the whole chest, and then the ice has continued onto the ground, almost like holding it, rooting it to the ground. So you'd at least have to break the ice in multiple places, and then keeping in mind it will be difficult to swim and carry this. So chipping away as much ice as possible would be your best bet.
My first attack is I guess I should roll to see if I can hit it. 24 to hit.
Yes, that hits. Go ahead and roll
Okay.
damage.
30 damage.
30 points. As you kind of sorry, you do have disadvantage on the attack roll just because
okay.
of being in the water. It's a slow moving like hammer.
Okay.
But
So it's 27.
totally fine. You spin the hammer up, and just as like Hondo is just kind of like beginning to kind of look to chip away at the bottom, you bring the hammer down, and it's just this slow movement. Yet just before impact, you feel that burst of strength and lightning course through and strike. And where you hit, the thunderous wave coming out of your hammer, you watch just it breaks nearly fully. One hit has done a significant blow. That thunderous energy has significantly destabilized the ice. Another hit would probably shatter it completely.
Okay. Am I allowed to try again?
Absolutely. You have 2 attacks.
Okay. Oh, natural 20. So it's like, was that 30?
Get it.
Yeah.
Get it.
Unfortunately, you still do have disadvantage. So unfortunately, no natural 20. But
Let's roll another one.
Okay. So that's 23 total.
yes, still enough to break in as you swing around one more time and it just kind of catches in the water, but the ice just kind of breaks away, and the chest ever so slightly kind of lifts, but then kind of settles again. Not seemingly kicking open or anything, but the ice is more or less broken away. Hondo, what are you doing?
So the ice is broken. Should we lift it or should we try and open it here?
He ponders underwater as the cold hurts
Okay.
him
We should
every
probably
second.
try and lift it.
I'm going to see how heavy it is. I'm going to try and lift it.
Can we
Okay.
do it together? Can I do it
Yeah,
with
yeah.
you? We can.
We'll
Sure.
do that.
Okay. Both of you kind of grab a side, and there are handles on either side. It's not particularly heavy, surprisingly. It's not like it's not a thick, completely metal chest or anything. It looks kind of your classic kind of treasure chest. It doesn't, as Hondo, you've listed a treasure chest in your time. It doesn't feel full.
We'll tie the rope to it and we'll just send it up.
Oh.
We're sending it up.
No one hears you. You are
Of
deep
course.
underwater.
They were
I-
just
I
like
tie the rope. I
working
just
on
tie
the
the-
working on the ice.
We
I just
got
tied the rope to it.
earrings.
We have earrings. We have
Yeah.
earrings. That's fair.
That
I
is
tie the
fine.
rope to it.
But regardless, with quickly tying the rope and then pulling on the rope a bunch of times, there's no checks required from your team to pull this thing up. It's surprisingly light, especially for Mary. Like, this is not a particular challenge for you. As you get the note to pull this up, Hondo and Alana, you take another 5 points each. And at this point, I need both of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Just straight.
Boy.
Just straight Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Okay.
25.
Okay.
3 roll.
Oh, pal.
And con save is 4, so
Not
7.
enough.
Alana, your rage consists in this constant damage. You are consistently angry, and then just getting some of that anger out and frustration shattered in your ice. You feel good as it begins to kind of go up. You hammer back and begin kind of swimming up. Hondo, you begin swimming in naturally. This is your element. However, this cold is unnatural and it is slowing your movements. Unfortunately, you gain frostbite. You can feel the tips of your fingers and like the edges of your face, tip of your nose, the tips of your ears all begin to kind of crystallize and freeze. You can see in your hands as you're kind of swimming through the water, your hands are becoming far more difficult. You've lost some of that dexterity, and you will have disadvantage on dexterity checks and attack rolls.
Would I
What?
see him slowing down?
I think so. I think you would notice Hondo kind of like not having that same agility and speed as he normally would have.
Would I be able to help him?
Yeah, if you want to try and give him like a little bit of a elbow to kind of
Yeah, or maybe
pull
like
up.
kind of grab his arm or something to help him up.
Sure. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Athletic?
Yeah. This will be just a straight roll. So go ahead and just see how you can help pull him up and swim on your own.
16.
Okay. It's a little labored between the two of you. Hondo kind of shocked by the frostbite, the freeze, and with your, Alana, you are a fine swimmer. However, in armor and weapons and everything, it's a challenge. But given your rage swimming and pulling Hondo along, you're able to break the surface once more. However, in that time, both of you suffer an additional 10 points, 2 rounds of cold water. So an additional 10 points burned.
Okay.
As you break the water, with Boone having kept a consistent perimeter of an open space, though it's closed in other areas, there is an obvious space here. Mary, you're able to pull up the chest with no checks required. And as you do kind of hoist it up out of the water, it's surprisingly light. But everyone is able to get lifted up and out of the water, more or less. Okay. What are you doing?
All right, get out of the water, you two. That was something. Mr. Blue, you don't look so good.
I could use a potion or some healing.
I didn't know if I could heal what you're hurting.
I got
What do you say we-
frostbite.
Your sword thing?
My sword thing? What?
Yeah, you call your sword frostbite. I've heard you talk about it.
Yes. But I have frostbite on my face, my fingers.
He's on your hip.
No. This is like the actual, the painful. Nothing to do with the sword.
It's painful
Yeah.
when you cut people with that figure.
Yes. I get it. But this is natural.
You are a natural. We should open this chest, I think.
Okay, well, someone else just heal me here.
I don't know if I have anything.
I will
minute.
try. I actually have healing. I
does
don't know if
Hondo.
it's a.
You should heal
Is that
yourself.
pal? You could try and heal yourself. I'll try and just see if I put one pump
I could, yeah.
of lay on hands, if that does anything to cure the. Oh, you're actually hurt too. I forgot you're actually hurt. Let me see if I cast a spell then.
Yeah.
What's your HP at there, pal?
39.
40?
39. All right. I'm at 54. I'll give you 1 cure wounds. Decent. 6.
Okay. Take it.
And I'll give you another one. Just
Mhm.
level 1. I didn't roll any dice. Come on, D&D Beyond. 5 plus 3 is 8. So 8 to you.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the last one on myself. And that's 7 to me. 7.
How are you looking, Ellie?
I'm okay. I'm not great, but I'm still okay.
Do you have
I'm
triple
half-
digits?
Yeah, I still have triple digits.
I'm going to
I'm
cast a cure
148.
wounds on myself.
Okay, what level?
Second level.
So I got no more firsts. Not that I'm a big magic guy, but I have some seconds left, some thirds, and no fourths.
So it's 7 plus 4.
That's to you, right?
Hondo heals himself a little 11. As you guys kind of pull yourselves up out of the water, go through a couple of ritualistic healing moves from from Boone and from Hondo.
Boone and Tyne. I assume Mary's coiling her rope.
Hondo, you still, even though this magical healing has touched you, the dexterity of your hands and your movements are still hampered by this frostbite. Has not yet abated
Shit.
as a result of this healing. Mary, yes, you coil your rope and you're able to pull all that, and you have the chest. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna take a look at it, and then probably if Hondo's okay, I'll get him to help as well. But I'll just start by just investigating.
Go ahead.
No, that was a natural one.
We definitely need to check this spooky thing for drafts. Sorry, Kyle, keep going.
There's just not much to see, honestly. What you do know is even with a 1, it's not locked, but it doesn't look trapped. It doesn't look like anything more than a waterlogged chest.
I was going to. This is slightly metagamey now because I was going to be like, well, Honda, you're the one who, like, you two went down and got it, so you guys do the honor of, like, opening it up. But now I failed at checking if it's trapped, so that seems like a shitty thing to do.
Boone will open it up.
That was the tension, though.
Do you want to open it, or do you want Boone will open it? He doesn't care.
I also don't mind kicking it open. Whatever's easy.
I'll
Boone
slide
will
it
do
over to the group.
Boone will use his glaive and just try and crack this thing open if it can. Not like painfully, just.
No, it's surprisingly easy. As I said, there's no lock on it, and it's able just to kind of hit a latch, and it just kind of pops open, and it almost kind of throws itself off balance as it is more or less empty, with the exception of one small item. And as you kind of peer up and over, you see a medallion about that much, a couple inches in circumference, bearing a familiar sigil of the Lady of Pain. It looks to be made of gold or some precious metal, maybe a half-inch thick, like a very large coin.
Okay, we cracked open the box. It wasn't trapped. There's a big coin inside. It's got a symbol of the Lady of Pain. And for Gordo, too.
So we can buy her?
Don't like the sound of that. Can I try and get a closer look at that? Can I try and pick it up?
Sure. You reach into the chest. It's
Always
cold to
waiting
the
for a
touch.
mimic.
But
Always waiting for a mimic to devour my hand.
it's cold to the touch, but not painfully. It seems to be a big medallion, a big coin.
Anything on the other side, like inscribed in it?
The other side of the face, or like the another face, two-sided, same face. But no, nothing more. It's a little lackluster after the effort given for it.
I mean, everything here is a test. Maybe there's something coming up that we might need that for. Maybe there's something we're missing.
I'll pocket it. Do you think we missed something down there in the water?
I don't know. I wasn't the one down there.
I didn't see anything. There was a glimmer, but that was this in the ice. That was it. Although there was something weird moving in the water, but I don't think it was anything of consequence. Didn't attack us or anything.
I mean, it could have been the big ass blade monster that went down with you.
Oh, yeah, true. But yeah, other than that, didn't see anything.
I guess we don't know if there's anything else coming. I don't know about.
I was just gonna say, sorry, Miss Mary. Can we check the rest of this box in case there's a secret compartment or something?
Good idea.
If someone other than Mary wants to make an investigation check, you're more than welcome.
I'll do it.
Go ahead. Just as Honda is doing that as well, just a little reminder of the kind of context of the
Ooh.
20.
20, baby!
As Hondo gives a very thorough look over this box, the rest of you kind of, with this medallion, this coin in hand, and kind of begin to kind of warm yourselves up, look about the space. It is a roughly 60-foot square cavern, which is kind of odd given the other rooms that you'd passed through, the hallways. They were kind of these fog-walled and like almost like street tile stone pathways. And then this is the first kind of break in that pattern. You had traveled more or less a straight shot east until you reached this point where it curved and became this cavern. And the only other path you could retrace your steps and head west down the same path you came, but there is another passage south that you can see one of the Minotaurs had walked into in the beginning of the encounter. So there is a passage south where you can see this like kind of stone begins to turn once more into fog, and you see it continue south from this room, which is now otherwise quiet, with the exception of the kind of faint tinkling and cracking of ice as it reforms across. As Hondo, you are very confident that this box is nothing more than a box. Nothing of interest.
Just for more context, how big is that medallion? Like apple sized, like
It's
coin sized?
It's bigger than a coin. It's almost about 3 inches in circumference.
Like sand dollar size?
Yeah, that's a good example. And maybe a ½ inch thick.
Okay.
But it's yeah.
And when I'm holding it, does it warm to my touch? You mentioned it was cool. Was it cool because it was down there, or is it still sticking almost like unnaturally cool?
After a few minutes, it'll take a little bit of time, but it seems to be receptive to your warmth. It seems to be what you would expect of gold or copper.
Natural metal.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool.
It doesn't seem to have any other supernatural qualities. It doesn't have that buzz of magic that some items and elements do sometimes. Doesn't seem to have anything beyond that, beyond having the symbol of the lady's face on it, which ever so slightly is almost, it's one of those things where you're looking at something and the eyes follow everywhere you go. There's one element of it that is unsettling. Otherwise, just a coin medallion.
We want to look at the coin, look up at the lady's face, staring down at them, and then glance towards that tunnel to the south where the Minotaur came from. You guys want to check out over there where our horned fellow came from?
Well, one hand, there could be more of them. On the other hand, guys, I don't think we're getting through this shit in the next few hours. We need to find somewhere to take a quick breather. A couple of us look like shit. I don't know how we're gonna manage here.
We could the Minotaur thing, it's like a tunnel built in. Could we camp out in there? It's a little bit a ways, like a little shelter.
It looks more like the cavern kind of begins to turn into more tunnel, exactly as you'd expect. So the natural rock begins to turn to this fog and smoke walls. And as you kind of come around to look, you can see this kind of natural rock and stone begins to turn once more into street. It just seems to be more of a path to the next space. But you can't see anything beyond. You can see immediately the fog is heavy. You can see about 15 feet beyond this room into this hallway. You're not sure what lies beyond there.
Yeah, we could try and camp out.
Let's just get into the next space, see what the fuck it is. This space, I'm just nervous about those bladed monsters continuing to come through. I don't know, maybe we took them out and they're gone and we could safely stay here, but I don't know, you said some weird shit was moving around in that pool too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, why don't we just see what's in the next space? Come on, let's go.
Okay?
Alrighty. As you guys begin to pack up and move on, marching order. The hallways between are roughly 10 feet wide, 15 feet in some cases. It's not particularly tight. Just so I have it.
Been 3 weeks for us? I'm trying to remember how we were laid.
It was Boone at the front with someone who can actually perceive things. So that might have been
weren't you in the... No,
you were in the middle.
Me and Hondo
yeah,
were
that's
rolling different
It was Hondo,
stuff.
Mary.
It
Allie
was
in the back.
Hondo, Mary, me in the middle, and then Boone and Gord, I think. Oh no, Boone in the middle, and then me and Gord.
Boone gives his paladin aura.
Yeah, we did a 5. We did a 5 on a dice.
And then Allie was giving Gord advantage to look behind. Mary was giving Hondo advantage to look ahead.
Or I think I was doing
Just rolling
investigation
something
because I was
else.
keeping an eye on the ground. And
Okay,
then
I was just
Hondo was
rolling
trying to keep
something.
an eye ahead.
It was important, but only for me.
I liked it. It's fun.
Are you keeping
That's
to
the
that
order.
or changing it
Yeah.
up?
I like that order. It's
We can
fun.
keep
I
it.
think
Yeah.
keeping it makes sense. As long as Hondo's comfortable with staying in the front still.
Okay.
I
Hondo,
don't
you,
love staying in the front.
you cool with
It's
being
about that
point man,
action.
Hondo?
I've always is good to be in the front.
Okay. Then give me a perception from Hondo, investigation from Mary, a perception with advantage from Gord, and a d20 from Boone.
13 roll. Perception.
Say perception for me.
Yep.
At advantage.
So
I
27.
rolled meh, which is a 22.
Okay. 27 for Hondo, 22 for Mary.
21.
Okay.
Don't know if you've all realized that Kevin's name in Zoom is currently Gregorio Cortez, which is a deep cut to Antonio Banderas' character in Spy Kids. So just for the listener, for the viewer, that's what's happening behind the scenes.
Oh,
So
yes,
we all
and Brock is
know.
currently Spy Kid. I didn't notice that before.
I did.
We are
I
not
wasn't
sponsored
gonna
by Spy
say-
Kids.
And Scott, what was your 20 roll?
My magic roll, you got it. My magic roll is 7.
7. Lovely.
If Netflix does want to sponsor us and promote the new Spy Kids reboot, we would be happy to. You can reach us at hexplorersdnd@gmail.com.
We've already
Some
spent
ideas for
time
a
talking
Spy
about the
Kids one-shot.
glasses.
Yeah, we have a lot of good material, good content for you guys.
To do a one-off, Spy Kid one-off.
Spy Kids
Spy
one shot
Kids
is
one-off,
already in
yeah.
the works.
We got some classes based on the Spy Kids. Yeah, so just hit us up.
Okay. As you guys begin to walk down this path, the first couple of minutes, kind of getting back into the swing of moving, and Hondo, you're still kind of hurting from this this frostbite, and it doesn't seem to be abating. It's frustrating. However, you feel very confident that there's nothing untoward in your path ahead, even though you can only see so far. You're keeping a close eye and keeping your weapons at hand. Mary, you're very confident that the path before you don't see any signs of traps. You don't see any more signs of those blade grooves, any signs of battle. It seems actually quite well maintained street. Gord and Alana in the back, nothing seems to be following. Everything seems to be okay. However, after about 5 minutes or so, I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws for me.
Oh no. Haven't rolled above 10.
With advantage from me? Not advantage, +3.
Everyone gets +3 to a wisdom save.
Okay.
16.
16 for me too.
Okay.
25 with the +3.
Do you think, Kyle, the +3 is already factored into my saving throws?
Yours it is, because all of your
Okay,
saves are boosted by that.
Great.
Hondo and Gord, wisdom save total?
Plus,
Add 3, fellas.
yeah, check. Well, my wisdom save is already +3 though.
33.
Oof, Hondo, it's not going to
33.
matter, I'll be honest.
Hondo got
Uh,
9.
Hondo,
33. Jesus.
33. I just
I think that's a natural
processed.
20.
Natural 20.
Yeah, it must have been.
Jesus.
Hondo, Alana, and Boone,
No.
roll a d8 for me.
Oh boy. These ones are always
Oh.
spooky scary.
You said a D8, right?
Yes, it did.
5.
Oh boy.
5. Don't
Five.
say oh boy.
5 for both of you.
Yeah. That's 2 oh boys.
Kyle, you wrote the table.
I
Don't
didn't
react
technically
like-
write all of this.
Probably what'd you get?
7.
Oh,
Oh no, 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 no. I knew I shouldn't have done a handheld.
Dang good.
Hmm.
Howie,
you
you
thought
do
the
have
dice would betray
Indomitable,
you.
but oh,
Didn't I
Oh,
use it
maybe
already?
you might have.
I think she
I think I
did.
did
It's
use
been
it.
3
I think
weeks.
she did. And
It's
in
been a long
fairness,
time.
once we've learned a result, I think
Yeah,
Indomitables
yeah.
pass. And the same with
I
your luck.
did use it.
I thought so. Okay, I'm gonna individually message.
Oh fuck.
Oh no.
Through Zoom or Messenger?
I'm gonna direct message through Zoom. Okay. Scott. Gregaria.
What the fuck is this?
That's too old.
Oh, great. Yeah, sure.
Oh. Okay.
Oh God, it's only me and Brock.
I'm ready.
Oh,
As you guys are making your way through this hall, Alana in the back, though you feel confident that your friends have you and you have nothing coming up from behind you, there's a moment where you feel as if you're kind of close to the fog wall as you're all kind of walking, and there's a moment where you think something is passing by in the fog, and you kind of look and you glance, and for just this briefest moment you see this eye open in the fog, and then the almost like sweeps by, and you're just like, did I actually see that? And you kind of look around, there's nothing there. As you kind of look back, Gord, you kind of catch as Alana has that moment, and you kind of look over. You don't see anything in the fog. But as you do watch Alana kind of have that moment and kind of begin looking around, you see something as her hair kind of hangs in front of her face for a moment. Right in the center of her forehead, there's this faint, circular, almost like a bruise.
I will share what Brock wrote in the chat, which was aim for her forehead.
It doesn't do anything, Alana. You don't feel any pain. Just something that, Gord, you catch out of the side of your eye as you guys are continuing your walk. And as this moment hits Hondo and Boone, you have this just like faint, unsettling feeling. Perhaps it's the length of the day catching up to you. Perhaps the pain of that frostbite and sustained battle, multiple fights in a day. And now this place with no sign of anything coming, it just makes you queasy, makes you uncomfortable. And just as you're kind of beginning to feel that, you watch Hondo and Mary at the front. The path before you begin to open up. And it widens, I should say, and the fog dissipates. You're able to see a circular courtyard, slightly overgrown by moss and weed on now less maintained cobblestone. The path kind of continues, and you can already see it continue south, but also a path break off to the west. You can see it kind of splits in both ways, but the focal point here is this courtyard. In the middle of it, you see a simple water well of smooth stone. You can see an old winch sitting rusted with maybe a foot of frayed rope still tied, just kind of hanging gently off of the top of this well. And then an odd, just kind of silence falls.
Boone will
Okay.
keep stepping forward towards that well.
Yeah, fucking spooky horror well. What the fuck do you got for us here?
I'm gonna try and throw a rock into it just to see if anything happens.
That's a decent idea.
It takes you a second to kind of look around for a rock, but quickly enough you do find a couple of pebbles as Boone and Mary, you make your way up to the edge. You can see there's no bucket on the the winch. It's just rope, just kind of dangling. But as you kind of get close, Boone, you begin looking down. Darkness as far as your eyes can see. Do you have dark vision?
Yeah.
Far as you can see, darkness. Honda, you kind of come up with a rock, just as Mary, you kind of come around, and as the rest of you kind of filter into the room, you do see a bucket actually on the opposite side of the well. And it's kind of tipped over, and you can see the handle, and it has a bit of rope, and it's frayed as well, clearly from this. But you see the bucket kind of fallen over as Hondo makes his way up and tosses a rock in. Hondo and Mary, there's just a faint sound that comes from the well that is unnatural, or is natural, I should say. This faint, like, exhalation.
Like a sigh?
Yeah.
God. Boone will just like open his palm, like actually close his palm and open again, and one of those like little like jade little like, I don't even know, almost like a little like piece of jade is there, and it'll just like crack and shimmer, and he'll cast Divine Sense. So he can detect celestial fiend undead within 60 feet, unless that's not behind total cover.
Mm-hmm. You cast it, and it lasts for a minute.
This one's just till the end of your turn.
Oh, okay.
It's just I think a paladin thing.
It kind of flares out, and you kind of get almost like an echolocation sense, and it kind of comes back to you. Nothing kind of pings as any of those. However, you know you can't see further than 60 feet down this well, as that's the only focal point here. Mary, just as this kind of moment, your eyes are torn away from the bucket as that kind of sound makes its way up out of the well, and that kind of pit in your stomach turns ever so slightly. And as nothing immediately jumps out and tries to murder you, your instinct to kind of look around returns, and you can see there's a marking on the base of the bucket, just like on the bottom where it's kind of tipped over.
Does it look familiar? Or do you need, like, I'll pick it up and take a better look.
Pick it up and you turn it over, and you can see that it's kind of hastily, like someone had carved in a big X, like a circle and a big X.
Circle and a big X. Don't put the coin in here?
How far away was that bucket from the well?
Like 2-3 feet.
How long is the rope on it?
Maybe 4 or 5 inches on the top of the bucket, and maybe a foot from the winch. Maybe not even.
Okay. Well, I guess does the winch, like, I know it'd be hard to say for sure, but like, how big is the winch and how much rope looks like it's wound around it? Is it like a good amount, like a couple hundred feet, or
Of what's left on there?
Sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
The only bit of rope that's left is enough tied and then a dangling bit.
Oh,
Like,
there's no, like, it's
There's no
not
full
like,
rope.
I understand.
To use it, you would have to tie a piece of rope to the dangling bit, wind it, and then lower that way. Or don't use the winch.
To me, I mean, it's a big circle with a big fucking X through it. I don't know if someone else got to the coin, but the only thing we have like that is the coin. Do not put the fucking coin in the bucket. Seems like potentially what this is. That could disturb whatever the fuck this is. I kind of want to like light a torch and drop it in the well to see how long it is and see if we see anything, but that could also piss off if something's living inside it. I'm just gonna take a look all the way around the well just to make sure that there's nothing else there, to see if there's like weird scuffs on certain points where it looks like things have been resting a while. Even like the winch to see like, I don't know if it looks like it could be rested, if it's been sitting in a certain spot a certain way, like anything like that.
Go ahead and make an investigation.
Oh my god. For me, that's okay, but it's not great total. My investigation's a 14, so that's actually a 23.
Okay. You begin just kind of, you set the bucket down and begin making your way around, like bloodhounds sniffing around this well and just seeing any signs of anything you can detect. As I said earlier, the place, it feels overgrown. Obviously, this place is not well maintained in the same way that the other pathways have been. But then this whole place feels plucked from different places and out of time, and there's no rhyme or reason to the organization. The well itself seems to be just like any other well. The winch looks old and it is rusted in a way. The rope was clearly pulled and snapped, less cut. There's no it's not a clean cut. It was a pull and snap. But you do find grit. You find this kind of salty grit around the edge of the top of the well in a couple of spots, and some fallen down around the exterior of the well. There's a little bit of almost erosion in certain areas, but concentrated.
Around the outside, like towards the ground, or around the top towards the outside?
Almost like from the edge of the well down.
Like stuff had been pouring over it.
Yeah. In like two spots.
For the listener, Scott just put on a jaunty looking hat that from this angle honestly kind of looks like a pilgrim hat.
You Amish, eh?
Over your headphones.
Dapper.
I had a moment and I was like, this could be a real cool moment to put on a cowboy hat. It's a little too Amishy with the headphones.
Forgetting that your head is twice as big because of the headphones.
Yeah, this is even worse. All right. I ruined our moment. Let's keep it going.
Amazing.
So potentially it looks like we also don't know how long it's been. Is there like extra plant life in areas where it looks like water could have like spilled over and pooled? And plant life could
have... I don't know if you just cut off or something, but...
Yeah, I started coughing, so I paused. Sorry.
Go ahead and make a nature check if you want to see.
Jesus, another 9.
Nice.
So many 9s today. 11, I think. Where's my nature? Yeah, 11.
It's hard to gather any rhyme or reason, but you do find like maybe 4 or 5 feet from the well, in no particularly obvious direction, like why it's in this direction. But you can see there's a spot where there's a section that has no plant life. Any weeds or any of the moss has not grown in this section, or something has prevented it from maintaining, and you find more of that kind of salty grit in this area.
Is there like a connecting line, like as if no?
Not obvious, anyways.
Salty grit. I don't know if anyone else is doing anything while I'm taking all this time.
Lady talk about being worthy, proving ourselves, being heroes. Seems like this is another test of sorts. First time I came across one of these tests, it was about your eye. We kind of got past that. This one seems like there's something waiting for us in the well. We gotta give tribute or something like that. So should we tie this bucket back and lower something down and offer it?
What else would we have to offer?
Throw the coin down the well.
It look on the bottom of the bucket could not be a coin, but there's very specifically someone is like, do not fucking throw this circular thing in the bucket. Very clear.
That's fair.
I just want to make sure that we'll try something else first, is what I'm saying. Kyle, sorry, the dog is snoring so loud directly beside me. So you're going to be hearing that regularly through the night. When Hondo threw down that rock, did we ever hear a splash? No? Okay.
Why don't we lower the bucket down empty? Just see what happens.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Either that or with something like water in it. Honestly, like we have the decanter.
Yeah, if the thing was like empty, lower down, like, no, let's just see if we put it down what it does.
Okay.
And you said you heard a sigh of something? So that could be something big down there. That could be something waiting for tribute. Let's just see what happens if we put it down. Maybe we put it down, it puts a note in, we bring it back up, and it's like, hey, I'm stuck in this well. I'm super friendly. Can you lower down a ladder? And we lower down a ladder and help it out.
Or it tries to murder us.
Yeah, or it tries to kill us all. I start tying the bucket with my rope to one end, and then start. We don't even need the winch, I guess. Yeah, with my 50-foot pack.
Okay.
Then I'll just start lowering it down.
Lowering it down empty?
Yeah.
Okay. Takes but a moment. You quickly tie off a knot to the handle of the bucket and slowly begin lowering it. You can kind of hear the wood of the bucket kind of hitting in the metal, kind of gently kind of clinking, and it weirdly echoes up, and it grows louder the deeper it goes, as it kind of continuously this echo up into the room beyond, with all of you gathered around this well. As you lower and lower and lower, you're getting 30, 40. You're at the end of the rope and you have yet to kind of feel anything. And just as you're kind of at the last 2 handfuls of rope here, almost the full 50 feet, you kind of have it sat there for a moment. You feel as just a faint tug, something interacting, the bucket moving, and it grows a little heavier. You can feel there's some weight to the end.
If I don't feel like a tug after like 30 seconds, I'll start like slowly trying to haul it back up.
Yeah, after 30 seconds, it feels like the consistency of the weight is remaining. And very gently. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Oops, I did save. So 14.
It's okay. You're just trying to be as gentle and careful as possible, right? And you're pretty solid for as best you can for like without using the winch to like give it that straight up and down. It's more difficult to leave it from banging up against the wood or the stone.
The sides.
Yeah, but you feel confident enough that it's not too bad. And after a few moments, you see the bucket begin to kind of come up over the edge. And it is indeed full, save a little bit, of water. It's you kind of pull it up onto the edge. It's kind of heavy. You sit on the edge and you can kind of look in, and it looks briny. It looks kind of murky. However, at the bottom, you see another one of those coins. The bottom of the bucket.
What can we stick in here that isn't one of our hands to see if it would burn our hand off?
Mage? Oh no.
Undo does have it.
You could try Mage Hand. Anna, do you want to see if your Mage Hand would work to get this little coin out of this bucket?
To do it, of course.
Sure. Hondo, you go ahead and conjure your mage hand, and the bucket's relatively wide. It's it's not something you need particular dexterity, but I think even mage hand is capable of relatively dexterous moves.
30 feet.
And you're able to get the hand to go into the bucket, and it doesn't really necessarily move. I guess it kind of moves the water. It's one of those weird things where it's like partially impermanent. But after 10, 15, 20 seconds, it doesn't seem to have any effect, and it kind of comes back up empty.
Maybe.
It's not destroyed, but it doesn't pull the coin free.
Boone will put his arm over it and just like dip a little bit of skin into the water.
It's lukewarm.
It's even worse. I don't know why I just don't like it.
Can I use the mage hand to like scoop the water and like just splash it on there to see if anything happens? Like splash it on the ground to see if it does anything.
Yeah, I think so. You kind of scoop some of the water out with the mage hand.
Just to see if it reacts on the ground anywhere.
It splatters on the ground and doesn't have, it doesn't do anything. It just kind of looks like water. Doesn't have any other weird effect. However, as you kind of are all kind of looking at the ground and the mage hand kind of scooping a couple of handfuls of water out, doesn't seem to have any effect on the ground, but as you kind of return to the bucket, it's full again.
Oh God.
Okay, let's send Boone in. We'll tie a rope to him.
I think we're gonna have to drink this water.
How are we gonna drink the water? It's just gonna replenish.
Maybe it doesn't if you drink it. What do you use a well for drinking
Okay,
water?
here's an idea. Why don't we take a piss in it, see if it reacts?
Okay.
Well,
That's-
how many times has it gotta come to urine with you?
I'll take a piss in it. Let's see if anything happens.
No. I start moving the bucket away.
No.
Especially we have to drink it after. My God.
Okay, you take the first sip.
Why don't you try and stick your hand in and grab this ring, and then I would take the first sip.
What if I lose my hand?
Well, you got another one. I had an
Okay,
arm.
let me. So just to clarify, we haven't lost a rope. Nothing that's gone in there has dissolved.
Boone will stick his Bixby's arm hand in and try and grab the ring.
You get your hand around the edges of the ring, or of the coin, I should say.
Sorry, coin.
And as you kind of pull up, it's like it's stuck. It's magnetized to the bottom of this bucket, and it's not budging.
Doesn't hurt my hand, but I can't get it out. It's like stuck to the bottom there.
Oh, great. Should we try breaking it?
No,
The
Yes.
bucket, not your arm, not your arm.
I would like you to try and break it. I think we gotta drink.
If we tipped the bucket, the water just replenishes, right? Is that
That seems to be what happened with the big beast hand, or the
it?
mage hand.
Okay, you know what? Enough of this. I'll take a sip.
You've drank and eaten everything else that we've ever come across.
So
So.
when you hand the bucket over to Hondo,
Yeah, I'll hold it like a weird ass keg.
But your hand's stuck in, right?
and he takes it.
No. It's just the medallion is stuck at the bottom.
Hondo, you go ahead and take a sip.
Just the DM asking for full consent. Do you want to do this insane thing?
You kind of tip it up and you kind of pour it in, and it is indeed kind of lukewarm, like briny seawater. You can taste the salt,
Oh, this
And-
brings back memories.
but it doesn't. It's not like when you're used to swimming through the ocean and you're kind of breathing. It's a different process. When you drink it into your stomach and it goes down your throat, it burns. And yeah, that first sip wasn't good. And there's a lot here. It's going to take a minute if you were to finish it.
I'll drink some of it.
Okay. Boone, you go to take the bucket. You take a sip. And it's worse for you. It's much worse for you because, he's at least partially a water creature. But as you kind of, you watch as the water goes back
Oh
up.
man, that didn't even work. Fuck.
It didn't when Honda did it.
It didn't when Honda did?
When you took a drink. Pull it.
Mr. Blue, it seems like you're the one destined to drink this. Maybe it's because you drank first. Maybe it's only one person can do it.
I'll drink a couple more sips. Let's see if anything happens.
Hand back to Honda. Take a sip. Sucks. But the water level stays. Take another sip. Water level stays.
How do you
How
feel?
much would you say there's a lot more left? Like, if I were to drink it, would it be like a lot?
I so far haven't asked for any checks. This has been testing the waters. Just to let you know how the process
Literally.
is working.
So I should ask for a check now.
So this is. Are you gonna try and finish this thing off?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, as you take a couple of test sips and find it does indeed stay. If so far only one person has imbibed, go ahead and make a Constitution check for me.
That's still D20, right?
D20 plus your modifier, not your saving throw.
So 8 roll. And my... Sorry, what did you say? Constitution?
Yeah, not
Just
your
the check,
saving
though.
throw, just the check.
Plus 3?
11?
Yes. On the top, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, plus 3. 11.
You begin drinking, and after like the first couple of sips, you know what to expect, and you just kind of stomach it and just say, okay, fuck it, here we go. And you just begin gulping and gulping and gulping. And with each one, your whole mouth is just dry, and you're constantly trying to satiate that dryness and that thirst, but with every drink it gets worse. And as you come up for air, you've come up only about a third.
Before I continue, let me take a sip from my water juggy thing.
Okay.
See,
That's
like
fine.
that's fresh water, right? So let's see if that helps.
Yeah, you quickly kind of take a sip of your water
Little
jug,
rinse.
cleanse the palate ever so slightly. It helps a little bit. But it helps in the immediate moment. But then the second you kind of come back to the bucket, you realize how much worse this is going to be in comparison to the clean, fresh water you just had, and how thirst quenching that was, and how brutal this is. Unfortunately, you have disadvantage on your next Constitution check. But go ahead and roll a D20 twice. Take the
Okay.
lower.
I wish I had something to
First
help you
roll,
here.
13.
Okay.
Okay.
Second roll,
Fire.
14.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the total?
Plus 3, right? So 16.
16 is enough. You're able to knock back in one chug. You get another third. And with each gulp, you kind of sit it back and it sloshes, and it maintains that bottom. But your whole, from tongue to stomach, is just burning, and not in a fun way. You have one more check to go to finish this off, and every time you kind of come down, that coin isn't moving. But you're almost there.
Come on, buddy.
One last check. You have disadvantage still as a result of the first fail.
Anyone
Does
can I have a
anything
little
to-
thing
Yeah,
to
anything
eat?
to help?
You just got to get it down.
I'll get it down. I just need to settle my stomach a bit, with something.
I don't want this thing to refill if you don't do it quick enough.
All right.
I don't have like a sorbet for you.
Oh,
to
we
cleanse your
I
palate.
probably have some wine or beer, like some drink, right?
You probably have bottles of wine for sure.
I'll drink some wine and then take the sip.
Okay. It as you drink it, it doesn't taste quite as sweet as you want it to. It almost burns as well. But it's a little different, so at least it doesn't make it worse, you don't think? However, you have one more drink. So Constitution check at disadvantage once more.
Okay.
Chug it down. Chug
So
it down.
9.
Oof. Come on, roll
Roll
high.
higher. Roll higher. Well, that's not a
7.
good face. That's not a good
Oh.
face.
So 10 total.
The wine, little palate cleanser. You knock it back and you drink, and you can feel that last drop, and it just slowly is rolling out. And you can see as you kind of come back up, the coin kind of shift and like kind of fall to the bottom of the bucket as you place it back down. And you just spew.
Oh.
The second you spew,
Oh.
Okay.
it refills.
Oh, that was terrible.
Fully to the top.
Fully fills.
I have a plan.
Hold up.
So it seems. Oh,
There's
sorry.
one more thing.
Okay.
Oh no.
Because as you spew, that burn remains. And as it's just coming up and heaves, you kind of fall to all fours. You're trying to catch your breath. You can't breathe. You can't breathe whatsoever. Oxygen is not getting into your lungs.
Someone restoration shit. Who has something?
I don't know if I have this shit.
Can I try just getting this stupid decanter
mouth
and
to
trying to
mouth.
get regular water down?
Sure.
That's gonna help.
You're gonna
Quickly.
waterboard him further?
You
I don't know. See if he's.
pull his decanter out and just kind of open it, and it's an endless water. So it just kind of begins pouring.
No, you know what? I'll pour it over his gills.
Sure.
That's cool. That's cool.
As you kind of just like bring it over the one side, immediately as soon as fresh water touches, you can breathe. You can get that air back in, and as water kind of is pouring over you, you get anything through your lungs are not working unless that water is hitting.
Oh
As
my
soon
god.
as it's there, you can breathe.
Not great.
So I have to keep doing this the whole time.
Well, for the moment, you're almost incapacitated as you're just kind of like nearly laying there. Mary is holding the water for you, but she could pass it off, obviously.
I'll go into the bag of holding or something and try and like rip some fabric, whether it's like from a cloak or something, just like rip off like an arm sleeve or something, and then like dampen it, and then try and like tie it around his neck, like as like a, I don't know, some sort of like loose necktie, and just like soak that so it's like still like watery. Just like try and really get that going.
As you do so, Mary pulls away the decanter. Hana, you can breathe for a moment before that water just evaporates. And you can't breathe.
Put that thing back on him. Put that
Okay.
thing back on him.
Wall of water maybe, and then stand in it.
Did you already use wall water? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I don't remember.
Not today.
In our last
I mean,
battle. But I
For
don't-
now, you can hold the decanter. Maybe the only thing that's gonna get it away is someone else fucking doing the same shit. I
What?
can be hardy if I need to. I can fucking try.
Can I talk, by the way?
As long as the water is hitting your gills, yeah.
Okay. What if 2 or 3 people drink from it at the exact same time?
I
Because
think
try.
that was the problem before with when Boone tried.
Got to be the first person who drinks.
that's what I'm saying. There's no first if you do it at the same time.
This is where we need a fucking bard. Fuck
We have
off.
him. Didn't
I'll
you say
fucking
he has
try
bard
it.
stuff? Doesn't he has bard stuff? He can inspire people.
I don't know how many he has left. He's been using them.
Blue, how much
first
inspiration you got left?
Oh yeah, I probably have quite a bit. Let me check. Yep, I got 3 left.
You can
I
inspire.
can
Miss
fucking
Mary.
try. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it.
What's your con? Are you good at this?
I'm okay at it. I'm not
Yeah,
great.
Everybody.
My con is a +3. I haven't used my luck yet today. Is the other benefit. My con's a +3. It's not excellent, but it's not terrible. Same as Hondo's.
Should I inspire you?
If you like to, it's a check, right? Not a save.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Inspiration doesn't work on
It's
checks.
a challenge.
No, it
Inspo
does.
doesn't work on
I'm just
check?
making sure
Okay.
my con save is excellent. My con check is only meh. But
Inspo
because
works
of
on most
fighter,
everything.
I will inspire you.
What do you say to inspire? With this holding this
Just holding
decanter
water.
to your neck.
God damn
Don't
it.
make the same mistake I did.
right?
Why did you have to mix so much
What
stuff
was the
in?
mistake? Is it just?
Well, he had wine, and then he did that water thing.
Yeah,
Took a shot.
I'm just gonna try to fucking drink it.
Maybe pee in it first.
I'm not
And then he
gonna
wants
do
to
that.
pee in it. It's crazy shit. What if this man's
Ugh.
lungs are permanently scarred?
Pardon me.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck me. Let's try.
Bottoms
Mary
up.
steps up to the well, bucket in hand. Go ahead and make the first Constitution check.
Oh, man.
I've been rolling almost below. I've rolled one thing above a 10 so far tonight. Let's see how this
This is where it
fucking
turns. This is
goes.
where it turns.
Straight roll.
Okay.
Hondo's
That's
inspiration is a D8 for when needed.
okay, so that's a 12, so it's 15 total.
Okay. This sucks a lot.
Yeah.
But you've drank your fair share of swill, and this
Oh,
is this is on par with the worst you've ever had. You're stomaching this for the time being. But you only, as you kind of take a breath, you look down and just see how much is left, and kind of out of the corner of your eye, Hondo being the best case scenario of your group for people who need water to breathe. You don't love this outcome.
Mm-hmm.
However, you endure Constitution check number 2 as you
I'm
dive
just
back
like
in.
going through my abilities. Like, do I got fucking anything? The answer is no. Okay.
Straight check for number 2.
Okay. 17 on the dice. So it's 30. That's 30-20.
30-20. Just reverting to your training of just like mind over body and just knowing what needs to get done. Just do it. Forget the pain until after. You push through. It still sucks. Your whole throat and your lungs and your stomach is just dried to a desert dry. And you can feel there's liquid going in, and it's just making it worse. Every ounce. But it's not over yet.
Hondo, if I can't taste coffee after this because of all this shit, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed at you. Okay, I'm gonna try. Okay, that is. I'm gonna. What was the inspiration?
The D8 for
D8.
Honda's inspiration.
Okay, because I was only a 6 on the dice and an 8 on the inspo.
Shut up. God.
No,
What is it, though?
17,
What's your
17
total?
total. 17.
That is
Uh-oh.
the DC.
Oh my
That
God.
is the exact DC for this,
Oh,
like the way I was
God.
scaling this.
Oh my God.
Which means we got it, right? Save meets it. Check meets
Mary,
it.
as you knock back the final gulp of this, and it still sucks. It still super sucks. You pull free, and the coin just clinks to the bottom of the bucket. And with confidence, you set it down, and you can just feel terrible inside. But the coin remains, and the bucket does not fill. You take a sigh of relief. You can't breathe.
Oh my God. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Okay, I have a bunch of things. I'm going to try and use Cleansing Touch. You can use your action to end one spell on yourself or one willing creature that you touch 3 times per long rest.
This isn't exactly a spell.
I know.
However, I'll give you a chance to make a check for it.
Sure.
I'm going to make it a charisma check, but I want you to flavor it somehow with how is your being a vengeance paladin. You know, you don't necessarily have a god, but whatever it is you believe, how is that going to come through here to pull this effect free, kind of bending the boundaries of what you can accomplish?
I would say Boone like sees that and like staggers over to her. And like touching his like staff would like go to grab her, and that like flared mask would come on again, like the fangs come down, it's all jade. And then that voice kind of comes out and it's like, no, we should let her go. And then Boone, just like furious, like raging, is like, no, we ain't done yet. You won't make this work. And then he'll try and like power through with like his will to force this magic to work.
Okay. It's going to be a charisma check.
Okay.
Just d20 plus your charisma modifier.
Oh, what is that? It's like, can't even fucking see it. Oh, it's 15 plus 3, so 18.
I set the DC at 17 again, just to meet the DC of the drinking challenge. As Mary is gasping for air and drops to her knees, kind of pulling herself towards Hondo, almost, with the water. You have this moment, and you reach down, and in this kind of burst of your jade kind of energy, just kind of coalesces, and you just see almost like a grab around her throat, like this hand curl around, and then just disappear into the skin. And Mary, you just feel as if all that dryness, the salt, is just wrenched from you. It's painful, but you can breathe. Hondo, unfortunately, you still need that water.
Like shake her a bit. Can you breathe? Can you breathe?
Someone get the fucking coin.
I'll like try and shake the mask off and then go and try and crawl towards the coin and grab it.
Identical to the one that you currently possess from the chest. Another one of these gold, brass, precious metal coins.
Token things.
Two sides of the Lady of Pain. From the well, you can just hear. Faintly kind of echo up.
Yeah, fuck you too. Oh.
All right.
We gotta figure out how to deal with Hondo fucking shit.
I don't know if I can do the same thing to him that I did to you. I kind of had to bend the rules of my abilities.
Okay. What if we don't even know what we need these for? Trying to think around any other options. Only if he has water. I mean, at least Hondo. 1 second, I have to yell at my cat.
Which is the bunny in game. She's yelling at the bunny rabbit.
She
not
just,
Gord.
just turns to Gord and just starts
Not yelling at Gord.
Where were you?
The cat has been getting on the toaster for some goddamn reason.
He's been sitting on top of the toaster in our kitchen counter.
On it? Jesus Christ.
Like sitting on the slab. Psycho.
There's a little thing down there. Sorry, Scott, did you do that thing that lets you see if there's a creature? Did you actually end up doing that?
Yeah, but if it was too far down, it wouldn't work. Mine only goes 60.
Okay.
I think we got to keep moving.
We have to deal with Hondo. We can't just... There has to be a solution to this shit. There has to be a solution. Fucking shit. Can
I go behind him and just like Heimlich him, just like heave on him and see if like he coughs anything up?
Sure. Go ahead and make a medicine check.
Smarter thing to ask. It's a 0. 11.
Hondo, do you permit Boone to try and give you like the Heimlich to try and help?
Yep.
Boone kind of stands you up, and you keep holding the water to your neck on the one side, and you just try and heave. Kev, go ahead and make a con save.
And the result is a 7.
Fuck me.
Uh,
Plus
plus
3.
eight.
Plus
10.
3 and 3.
Oh,
So
so
6. Yeah,
6,
it's true.
so 13.
You resist the feeling to hurl again, which very well may make this worse.
Oh God.
But maybe it would make it better. You don't know, but it doesn't feel like it. So you behold that urge to vomit once more. It doesn't feel like it's not even that it's still in you. It's what it's left behind.
Did we see, did Mary, no, she felt that, so we don't know that. That is to say, do I say this out of game? I don't even know. Do you mind if I, so what if
Shoot me a
the water
message if you're curious.
Tell me if I can say this. I'm going to mute because my keyboard's really clacky.
So I feel like it fucked up my throat and my lungs. Like water got in them. But fucking water's the only thing that solves it. But like at least Hondo has fucking gills, but
Yeah, it just feels. You've already attempted a medicine check.
Now my int is 8, so
Yeah.
I'm not very smart.
It's a fair statement, but you're not sure how you would want to go ahead trying to figure it out. But you could understand that that's a possibility, but you have no idea how you would try and fix it. But you
Treat
could bring
that.
it to the group to try and brainstorm. If that makes sense.
So what if you said it was briny, like salt water? What if when it refilled in the bucket, the salty gross stuff gets stuck in your lungs or your stomach or something? It means you can't breathe.
yeah, that's fair.
It's
Coating
clogging them.
what,
So,
just wash it the fuck down?
I don't know. What if you tried to breathe in water or something? I don't know.
I mean, that's basically what he's doing. He's filtering water through shit.
How does a Traton's physiology work? Do you have a separate set of lungs, or is it all going in the same place?
2 passages.
How would I explain?
It'd be 2 different passages. There's a drinking and eating passage that goes to the stomach, and a different passage that goes to your lungs. The breathing goes through the gills, and so honestly, actually, you would understand that what you drank just now shouldn't literally be affecting your lung passages.
Yeah, because I'm not going to the same place.
It's
Right.
a different passage in theory. From mouth to a point, it's the same passage, but it would break at a different point to go to lungs versus stomach. That also being said, magic.
Y'all heard of it? Y'all heard of magic?
I mean, I could, if it's a fact, I could try to fucking dispel it with my sword. I haven't used that yet today. But I don't know if that's out of game. It's there's a spell DC. It's not a spell. It's kind of similar to Scott's thing.
Let's see. Essentially the group has made a medicine check. You can still attempt, if you wish, to try and see if you can, with your arcane trained friends, see if you can come up with an arcane idea. Is this arcane in nature? How could we figure it out that way? If you want to try and go the nature route, you could try and go and make a nature check. There are those kinds of checks you can try and make. See if you can come up with a solution.
I have dispel magic, but yeah, I'm not very good at the arcane stuff. I don't know if the cat guy with 2 magical staffs might be able to figure it out. Mr. Dunsworth, would you be able to see if the fish guy, something magical going on with him?
If you wish, you can make an arcana check, Gord.
Or should I say spy kid?
I also have a magic check, I think. Or maybe I got rid of it. Let me check.
If you have
Just straight up arcane or
if you have-
arcana.
training in arcana, Actually, you're a bard. You kind of have training and everything. I'd allow you to make an Arcana check, especially seeing as you're the one who feels it.
Your body.
No, I think I got rid of that.
You can't
Still
get rid
make
of
it.
checks. Yeah, you can do the checks.
I had something specifically to detect. I can detect evil and good. That's all I can do.
You've used that already.
No, but you
today.
can just make an Arcana check though.
Okay.
Like a
Yeah,
skill check.
just a skill check.
Why not? 6.
Oh
What's
my
with your
God.
dice rolls tonight, pal? What are we
And-
doing?
Arcana is 4.
So 10.
Damn.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily fit for any spells that you know. You're not entirely sure if Dispel Magic would work. You saw whatever Boone did ended the effect on Mary. It's certainly possible Dispel Magic could work. Certainly possible Healing Magic could work. It could just fade on its own. It could be this the way the rest of your life. Honestly, there's too many variables.
Do you want to try if you have healing to heal yourself a bit there, son?
I could try. Yeah. I could do.
Little Curie wounds.
Yes, I can do.
Oh, we also have the
Level?
staff. We have the staff of healing. That staff's dope as fuck. Wait, what does the staff have? Doesn't the staff have this shit? Oh my god, it's like we've never played D&D fucking before. Look at
Actually,
the staff,
Brock,
y'all.
what does the staff have?
The staff, I think, has greater resto.
It depends on how many charges it has, though.
I don't think. I mean, Gord
I
would
think
know
we
that.
used it today.
I don't think it's been used in.
I have 9 charges.
Out of how many? 12?
Yep. I have Cure Wounds, Greater Restoration, Heal, and Mass Cure Wounds.
How many charges is greater restoration?
Probably
6.
All right.
Oof. I mean,
Well, we
that's
could use
gonna-
it. This
Yeah.
man doesn't have lungs. We could try.
Want me to use it?
I think so. How much do you like Hondo?
I'll use it.
All else fails, maybe it'll fucking cure Hondo's fucked up fingers.
Well,
Yeah,
as
that's
you-
true.
As you make your way over to Hondo, and you bring out the staff, this ruby encrusted, encased staff of greater healing, and put forth this new version of Gord, this healing light. You tap the staff to Hondo, forced to breathe by water. Hondo, you feel air return to your lungs.
Just like
Breathe.
Ugh.
Yeah. And you just spit up just like bits and pieces of salt, like just chunks of salt, just in all this like globby spit and just spitting it out. It's not particularly pleasant. However, the ability to breathe is nice. It also, let's see. Let me look up the specifics of greater restoration.
Maybe it cures that lycanthropy from like game number 5 we played when the werewolf bit you.
Reduce and one of the following.
Do you remember how badly I wanted Hondo to turn into a werewolf? That would have been so good.
Gord.
Shotwell?
Gord, choose 1 or 2 for me.
Which
Like,
number?
is the numbers 1 or 2?
Pick 1 or 2, A or B.
1.
Solid.
Hondo, you as you kind of come to, that dexterity in your hands has returned. You feel with this healing energy, the frostbite fade as your lungs regain their capacity. Your frostbite is gone.
There you go, pal.
Oh, we don't even know what we need these fucking coins for. This better be fucking worth. I go down to the well. Fuck you.
Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck
Does
you,
my
fuck
HP
you.
recover?
No, that's not a healing spell. It just gets you some reductions or fixes.
I know this guy. Next time at the brothel, any woman you want,
Anything. You
or
want.
anything, I should. Yeah.
So that is mark off those 6 charges to the staff. So that greatly impairs the healing ability.
Is this a dead end, or can we keep going?
No. So as the moment here passes, in a minute or two of kind of getting yourselves picked up and just telling off whatever lives in that well, you do look, and about 15 to 20 feet, the path continues south. The path returns north, obviously, and it does indeed also turn to the west. So you have basically, to continue, you have a southern or western turn.
I really wish I'd been recording this since the beginning of direction we were going. I have not, I don't think, in my book. Nope, not that Mary would do that in a book anyway.
You traveled east until just now where you turned south. That's all you've done.
Oh.
You just kept going straight.
So, sorry, the options now again are
Continue
east
south.
again?
No, continue south or turn west.
I don't know, to me, my gut says just keep going south, but...
Happy to follow your gut, Miss Mary.
Well, my gut was just full of fucking seawater and grit a few minutes ago, so...
But it was a strong stomach. This little kid here couldn't even stomach it. Vomited so hard he exploded his lungs.
Don't talk too big shit against Hondo. Trust me, you can drink any one of us under the bar. Maybe Elena, but yeah, let's just keep going south, I guess, in the same order we were before. Everyone's okay with that?
I like that.
If that's the case, then I would ask for investigation from Mary, perception roll from Hondo, perception rolls, either Elena and Gord. You guys can both roll perception. You may as well both roll, just for funsies. Unless, Elena, you want to give your roll to Gord to get that extra bonus. Doesn't matter to me. And Boone, you can throw me a d20.
One roll? Hell yeah.
My
21.
perception
Two.
is bad, Gord, so you can get advantage.
Gord, go ahead, perception at advantage. And you can just shout out your rolls. Oh, I saw it over here. Weird.
23.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
I don't normally always have like the campaign, like your character sheets like open. I usually have like monster shit open, but I just have you guys
That's
open right
fun.
now. I just saw
2.
that. That's fun. So that's Boone, and then the back guard. What's our front guard say?
21.
21. Hondo, perception.
12 and 14. 26.
At this point, as you guys make your way continuing south, within but a few moments of passing from this room into the hallway again, both sides, just 10 feet, 15 feet of fog before you're traveling slowly. And all of you seem to feel a shifting in the walls, almost on one side, like something shifts in the fog, and it almost leaves a trail. And on the other side, coming the other way, another trail. Overt, all of you notice. Something is moving in otherwise what has been, just kind of blank emptiness. And you all pause for a moment, but nothing comes of it. There's no other change to topography or sign. And actually a short time, only a couple of minutes, you begin to see the southern path reach a kind of arched entry into a darkly lit room. It's small, and you can see torches lighting and faint shadow of figures as you approach. Looking in, you can see that a small room, relatively tall, but contained in stone, almost like a dungeon. The path stops going south. You can see a solid wall in the east and southern walls. but you see a path there's an archway that does continue to the west. However, standing directly in front of this western passage, entirely filling it, you see an imposing iron golem. It stands almost like in a powered down stance, head down, arms at its side, and this massive blade, 8 feet long, 2 feet thick, just kind of resting kind of across its body with one tip on the ground. And as you guys begin to enter, its head kind of tilts up and the eyes kind of flicker and flare with a light. But at the golem's feet, you see 3 kneeling figures with burlap sacks over their heads. As you all fully filter into this relatively small, dark lit room, a voice emanates from the golem, gravelly and bassy. To pass, you must pass judgment. One of these men is a mercy killer knight. Another, Crimson Coin. Lastly, an anarchist. The knight cannot lie. The coin only lies. And the words of an anarchist could be both truth or lie, and they cannot be trusted. You must pass judgment upon them. As you finish filtering in, there's a moment before the first man kind of sits up and points to the third and says, "He is of the coin, condemn him to death." The second man beside him points to the first and says, "He's a knight, you should trust him." The third man says, "I do not serve the general. Killing me will not get you what you want," and resigns his position. What do you do?
You're going to have to repeat that. Number 1 points to number 2 and
I'll write
says...
them all down. No, 1 points to 3.
1 points to 3 and says, "That's coin."
He's coin, condemn him to death.
Okay.
Number 2 points to the first one. And he says, "Hey man, he's a knight. You should trust that guy." Third guy, who's been accused of being coin and that he should be condemned to death, says, "I don't serve the general. Killing him won't get you what you want. Killing me won't get you what you..." Yeah.
Ultimately, to pass through, you must first pass judgment on these 3 men.
Are we allowed to ask a question? Can Boone raise that?
You can ask.
And it was the first one tells the truth.
I'll read over the intro one more time.
Okay.
One of the men is a mercy killer knight. Another is Crimson Coin. And lastly, an anarchist. The knight cannot lie. The coin only lies. And the words of an anarchist could be truth or lie and thus can't be trusted. You must pass judgment on all 3.
Number 2 cannot be the knight because they're accusing someone else of being the knight. They're saying so-and-so over there is the knight. So there's no way they're the knight because, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Wait, why? Why now?
The number 2 can't. Number 2 said that guy is the knight.
Yeah.
So they can't be the knight because the knight would say, "I am the knight," and that's true.
He can't lie.
Yeah, he can't lie. So number 2
What
is
if
not.
he's... Oh, I see.
It's not
You're
the
saying,
knight.
okay.
I'm just eliminating number 2 as the knight.
Okay. Oh, man.
Right?
You're good at this shit. Let me take notes.
No, I'm really bad. Kyle knows. I'm really bad at this specific kind of trivia or of puzzle. I might lean on Kevin here. Kevin's good at this shit.
Before we keep going, I'll ask the guy. "Sir, arbiter of judgment, are we allowed to ask these men questions?"
You may ask. They may not answer.
Okay.
And he just
Yes,
repeats,
thank
you must pass judgment.
I don't love that. I don't love.
Third man says, I don't serve the general. Killing me won't get you what you want. So we know 2 is either coin or anarchist because he's not telling the explicit truth, right?
He could,
Or he-
yeah. No. We just know he can't be the knight.
Okay. So that means 3
so that means
is either
he is either coin or
anarchist or coin. So that means 3 is either
1 or 3 could be the knight at this point.
Yeah.
yes.
Because
Now-
both those situations would make sense.
Ooh, this is set up real nice because
Yeah.
1, he could be telling the truth, or he could be a total liar, and then 2 could be the anarchist and just totally either lying or telling the truth.
And we couldn't ask them, like we couldn't.
We can ask
Yeah.
them cues, but they don't have to answer. But we can ask them.
See if we can ask number 3 something else, maybe. Because that'll give us a good indication whether it's the knight or not.
If we ask 3,
I'll look up at the golem. Do they have to remain like this, or can we at least give them the dignity of showing their face?
No response.
no response. Cool.
I
By
want
the
to
way,
see
I
their
don't
faces
wanna
to
fight
see if
this-
they're
I don't
lying.
want to fight this guy.
No, of course we're not going to fight this guy, and that's
That
kind
was
of
to
fucking
Hondo.
up the point.
That was specifically.
I'd
to
be
Hondo.
down to fight.
No, you got like 40 health. What if we ask, like, I'm pretty sure, like, we ask 3 what 2 is?
Or we can ask something that would give a gut reaction, and I can try to read their body language to see if they're disgusted by something. Like, for example, fuck, I don't know if that would work.
So if we ask 3, fuck. Okay, let's just play it out. If we ask 3 who the knight is,
But we're not going to
What
get
if we-
anything specific.
what if we
but
ask 3 who 2 is? Who is number 2?
Do you know
There's
who
no
number
one-
2 is?
Who is number 2? And then if he says 2 is
he can't say
the
anything.
knight, if he knows 2 is the knight, then we know he's lying.
But he can't say anything. They can't answer us. That's why I'm trying to find something that.
No, they can answer us. They just don't have to. We could try and ask them.
Oh, I thought Kyle said they may not answer, as in like they are not allowed to answer. That's how I interpreted that phrase, but I could be wrong.
Let's try and ask the guy a question.
Go ahead.
Who do you ask?
I would ask the third man.
What do you ask?
You say you don't serve the general, and that killing me won't get what you want. Tell me, the man beside you. Number 2. Who is he?
You see the third man kind of stir and sit up, still in this like kneeling position, and tilt the burlap sacked head up in your direction and say, I do not serve the general. Killing me will not get you what you want.
There's got to be like a
Before
pure
kind of
puzzle answer to this.
Sitting back.
Two can't be the knight, which means 1 or 3 has to be the knight. One of them is absolutely telling the truth. The first one's saying, yo, that dude's going fucking murder his ass. Number 3 is saying, I mean, like, I'm not the one you want to kill. I don't serve the general. Number 1 said that dude's the knight, so he is either a blatant liar, and that makes number 3 the knight, or he may or may not be telling the truth, which doesn't fucking help us at all.
Yeah.
If that dude is, I'm just pointing my thing. I might just go on mute. I'm just going to talk about shit through.
No, this is helpful. Don't go on mute.
Don't go
The
on mute.
listeners want to know it. If this goes, listener, if this goes an hour and a half, we'll probably edit some of it out. We'll let you know
We've
how
had
long
to
it
do
took.
this
In our usual
before.
puzzle
We did it once
style.
before, but we'll
We
let you
did it
know.
twice before. We went on break once and argued about it for about 25 minutes. And people got to not listen to that.
So I have Zone of Truth, but I'm scared if I was to use it. One, I don't want to break this. I like riddles. And two, I don't want to use it and then trigger the golem to attack us because we like are skirting the judgment.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the other side of this is you must pass judgment. That's what, as the lady would like it. Also condemning a man potentially to death seems shitty. Thirdly, the lady is condemning anarchists to death. So what? The answer is only one of these gets to live and you just gotta figure out who the fuck that is? I don't like any of this. I will try to solve the fucking puzzle. But I'm not comfortable with condemning someone to death when I don't know their specific crimes or what they've done. Just putting that out there. I'm going to continue trying to figure out who the fuck this person is.
What if we just kill them anyway?
That's such a Hondo answer, by the way.
It's all the problem.
I'm sure you're all guilty of something. Stab.
Number 2 cannot be the knight because the knight would not say someone else is the knight. The knight might say that fucker's coin.
Number 2, you sir in the middle. The third man. Who is he?
Kind of looks to the third and then points to the first and says, he's the knight. You should trust him.
All right, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, what about this? Wait, hold on. Let me get it. What do you think about it? Fuck, how can we trick them into that? Okay, let me think. How can we try and convince them, like, if that's the only thing they could say, what if we ask them a question like, if you're lying, like if you're telling the truth, say you're lying again or something like that. Like what's like a trap we can like trick them into?
Something like, I don't know. It's been a long week, guys.
So number 2, we don't think can be the knight. So let's not waste our time on that. So 1 or 3 could be the knight. 1 is saying he's coin, condemn him to death. Yo, music, where you at? Let's get the music on.
Wait, is that 1 is saying?
So 2 is saying he's a knight, you should trust him.
Of what?
Of 1. And Leah very logically worked out. The knight can't say that because I would be lying. He can't say that someone else is a knight because that means he's lying, which means right away, a knight would never say someone else is the knight. So number 2, we know for sure, either anarchist or coin. Which means 1 is either the knight who can tell the truth. Wait. Or I guess it could be all 3. Or the coin, or the anarchist.
Why don't we ask 1 who 3 is?
They say
he says he's coin, condemn him to death.
I believe if he's the knight, he would say that.
yes, but if he's coin,
He would
He
also
could
say that
be-
to try and trick us.
he could be lying and say that. But also, okay, no, but it doesn't matter. So number 2, if number 1 is the knight, number 2 would be the anarchist.
Or the coin.
No, it can't be
Yeah.
the coin. If number 1 is the knight, the 2 has to be the anarchist
Okay.
because the coin has to lie. The anarchist could be either way.
Wait,
And
the
would
coin,
make number 3 the coin.
the coin
but-
has to lie.
Yes.
So
Coin
what-
has to lie.
So isn't 2 the one lying?
If
We don't know.
2's so conversely, if 2 is the one lying, that means knight is number 3. 2 could be either coin or anarchist, and that doesn't give us any information because anarchist could potentially lie. I'm going to try something different, and this might not work at all. I'm going to go up to Number 1. And just say something. Oh, God. And Oliver, what are you doing? You're ruining this. Come on. Stop being an asshole. Say something like, death could potentially, is death a, oh, no, that's not a good way to put it.
What if we go to one of them and say, who is your enemy?
Well, the thing is, they only keep answering exactly what they said the first time.
How about this? So you solve the other part of this logic thing. What if we ask number 1, who could be any of the 3? If you're lying, repeat your line. So what would the knight have to say? So what would the knight have to say to that?
If you're lying, repeat your line, then the knight would.
The knight couldn't say it. The knight couldn't say it.
The knight couldn't say it.
Right?
Yeah, the knight couldn't.
Now to the other one. If you were the anarchist.
But mind you, he doesn't have to listen to you and do exactly what you're saying. He just has to. He could repeat his line. It doesn't mean that he's like, you're proving that he's not lying.
Let's then try and get like a universal truth. Like repeat your line if there's 3 of you here or something. I guess you're still like going through the same thing.
Yeah, like it's not like they're compelled to answer you.
Let's find out. I'll ask the first one. I don't even know if this works. If there's 2 of you here, or if there's only 1 other man here, repeat your line.
You see the man begin to kind of sit up in that position, and the golem pulls him back down.
No fishing your way around this one.
Should we try again and see what the golem does? If there's 2 other men here with you, repeat your line.
Same thing. Golem holds all any who ask, holds them back in their position.
I'll go to near the first guy, but I'll focus on the first guy, but I'll say generally, that's not gonna help. I'm trying to think of a line to say something about like brainstorming, something about serving the lady or serving the general, like something like that, to try to trigger an emotional response that I could potentially read on their body language. But I'm having a hard time, my brain's very tired, with putting together what that phrase might be.
Like maybe like, all hail general?
What if it's...
Yeah, go ahead.
You can finish.
No, I don't have anything.
What if it's passing judgment on each of what they said? So what if we went 1 by 1 down the line? What if we like went up to the knight, or sorry, no, we went up to number 1 who said he's going to condemn him to death, and we just passed judgment like this is a man accusing another man and telling him he should die. That seems harsh. And then like number 2, he's a knight, you should trust him. I don't know. Number 3, I don't serve the general, killing me won't get what you want. This is a man who like does not want to bend to some. I don't know. Just trying to think like if the line was you must pass judgment to pass. To pass, you must pass judgment. That's the key to it, right? So it wasn't like, it wasn't like figure out which one's which. It literally was just to pass, you must pass judgment. Judgment doesn't have to be murder all of these people. He wasn't like, which one of these guys needs to die right now.
Yeah. I mean, it could be a workaround. Hal, could you repeat the third line verbatim again, please?
What the third man says.
Yes.
The third man says, I do not serve the general. Killing me will not get you what you want.
Okay.
I'll go through it one more time, just for fun. One of these men is a mercy killer knight, another, crimson coin, and lastly, an anarchist. The knight cannot lie, the coin only lies, and the words of an anarchist could be both truth or lie, and thus they cannot be trusted. You must pass judgment upon them. The first man points to the third and says, he is of the coin, condemn him to death. The second man points to the first and says, he's a knight, you should trust him. The third man says, I do not serve the general, killing me will not get you what you want.
Okay, what if the anarchist and the coin were together, in which case they would both lie? Number 2 would be the coin. Number 1 would be the anarchist, because he's lying and saying that. And 3 would be the knight.
Yeah, I'm even thinking about it now. So it's anarchists can do both and thus cannot be trusted. So the first two people, it was nothing about themselves, right? It was that guy's coin, condemn him to death. The second dude said, he's a knight, you should trust him. It's about someone else. The third guy was the only one who said, I don't serve the general. Killing me won't get what you want.
I think that's our best lead.
What if we tried to look at, so anarchists can do both and thus cannot be trusted. So we know the second guy is either anarchist or coin. Anarchist can do both, thus can't be trusted. Coin only lies. So either way, we can't trust him because the coin lies and the anarchist can't be trusted because he can do both. So let's scratch out 2. We can't use anything this guy says.
Yep.
1 points to 3 and said he's a knight. Sorry, 1 points to 3 and says he's coin. Condemn him to death.
Mm-hmm. Of course, someone would say that if they're lying.
That's either true or false. We don't know. 3 says, I don't serve the general. Coin serves the general. Killing me won't get you what you want.
Mm-hmm. He's not saying who. He's just
A
saying
coin, so the coin is saying, I don't serve the general. Which a coin, that would be a lie if the coin said that. And that would be true if okay, this is interesting. So that would be a lie if the coin said that. And it would also be true if the knight said that. But killing me won't get what you want. Well, I guess that works again. That would be a lie if the coin said it. And that would be true if the knight said it. Killing me won't get what you want. He's coin, condemn him to death. Would a knight say that? Would that be true?
It's like a puzzle for toddlers. Like, this is the classic D&D. Like,
I love this shit, honestly.
My brain does not work
If it
this
hits
way.
a certain point where you guys would like any kind of, not hint, I guess a hint, let me know.
Take like an intelligence check.
No, it's more. I'm not going to give you anything overt, but just a line of thinking to put you more in path. But
yeah, what do you think?
I'm happy to let you guys continue doing what you're doing. I'm happy to let this
Al, you solved our first one, and then 45 minutes later we just circled back to your answer.
No,
so let's listen to Allie.
No, because I was just it's nothing. What I was thinking was the knight, right?
Yeah.
What is he a knight for? Right? Because like he could be a good knight or a bad knight. Like, are we assuming he's for the Lady of Pain?
You know, the knight.
He's he works for the Mercy Killers.
The knight.
He's a knight of the Mercy Killer.
Did the knights ever condemn people to death? Did knights ever do that?
That's the thing.
You have seen that the Mercy Killers were the ones who were hanging the anarchists outside on multiple occasions. So you've seen them killing anarchists
But what about coin?
and
We ever seen them? Okay.
Both.
Okay.
You've seen them.
So-
You've seen them killing both on public display outside of the
So that's
prison.
not like they're a pacifist. So that could be a true statement.
You have actively witnessed all three of these factions.
So a knight would kill
Mm-hmm.
number 3. If one was a knight, he would kill, and he would be telling the truth.
Yeah, it's very clever. Like one could be
Yeah.
one could be telling the truth, they're lying.
I think we can agree that we don't think 2 is a knight.
2 is not the knight. We know that for sure. He can't be trusted. And so that means he's either lying or, like the guy said off the top, the anarchists can do both. They can and thus cannot be trusted. So we just can't
So-
take that guy's word.
If we ask, so whatever we ask, they'll answer the same thing, correct?
Seems to be the pattern.
Yeah. Seems to be pattern.
But what if we cause a little pain? I feel,
God,
no, listen,
just goes to
listen,
torture.
listen. A knight will not react the same way to an anarchist when pain is induced.
What do you mean?
A knight
It just
is
seems
an
like a-
honorable warrior.
Oh,
Take
okay.
their pain like a warrior.
I catch
This
the
seems
drift,
like a
yeah.
huge assumption, though. Like we don't know
But we
that.
gotta try.
No, we don't. We don't want to ruin this.
Let me. If we like did anything to them, would it ruin it?
You're asking the golem.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have a reaction.
Okay. So I'm going to go up to
talk
number.
it out. Talk it out. Talk
Okay,
it out
I'm going to
before
go
you
up
do
to
it.
number 1's hand, and I'm just going to give him a cut.
You grab the
See how he
hand.
reacts.
He kind of, there's a bit of resistance, but you can tell there's also a level of like, they're not fully, able to fully control what they're doing here, obviously. But there's a little bit of resistance. You cut across the hand. There's barely a reaction.
I haven't done it yet, though.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
then
I haven't.
there will
Okay.
be barely a reaction.
Okay.
Get
For,
rid
for
of it.
1 and 3,
Well, this is the first one. This is what I was going after. You grabbed his hand, a little bit of a tug against it. You carve your dagger across the hand. You see blood. You see it carves across. There's a little wince, like a reaction from the hand. It tenses ever so slightly, but no wince of pain, no expulsion.
I'll go to number 3 and do the same.
Okay. You go to 3. Less of a forceful reaction, a pullback. You pull easier. You carve across. There is a wince of pain. And the line is repeated. I do not serve the general. Killing me will not get you what you want.
I find it interesting that he did not resist, and I feel a knight would not resist. A knight would accept whatever is given to him.
We'll do that to somebody else and see if it's fucking same for all of them.
Okay, number 2, let's do it.
You go to number 2, and number 2 is just like limp. And you pull and you carve, and there's a bigger wince. And he repeats the line, pointing to the first and saying, "He's the knight. You should trust him."
Yeah, don't trust number 2.
I feel like 2 is the anarchist.
Yep.
And then I just feel like we have to figure out which one of 1 and 3. So again, 1 said, he's coined, condemn him to death. 3 said, I don't serve the general. Killing me won't get what you want.
What?
It's just-
I'm going to go up to 1 and challenge him to a duel.
To be fair to Hondo's point, when he did slice him, he didn't wince as much. Would make the guy, the anarchist, he would be kind of telling the truth that 1 would be the knight, and then 1 saying to 3, oh, well, he's a coin, kill him, and he can't lie, so he would be the coin. So him saying, oh, well, I'm out with the general, well, he has to lie. Boom.
Yes.
Boom. But,
Only if Hondo's theory is correct.
His theory is sound.
I think we go with it. It's the best we have.
Slow down. Let's just talk it out.
Otherwise, we challenge one of them to a sword duel, not to the death.
Why? What will
Because
this prove?
We'll see what the knights can certainly fight. Anarchist will just go wild, and the coin
It's just
will also know how to fight.
there's like no substance to this though. There's like no substance. We can't judge
I'm
kids
gonna-
into sword fighting what they are.
Are they
You
all
can
wearing the
judge a
same
knight.
clothes?
They're identical in any
Garb.
way.
If I look at their hands, are they all the same? None are dirtier than the others. Nothing like that.
More or less identical. There's no
I think like
obvious
detecting gunpowder on the one that would be the coin if they're the one that's firing. But like if this is magic-y bullshit, like none of
This
my
is a
regular
task
investigating
of
shit's gonna work.
Judgment of heart and judgment of purpose, not of body.
So the lady would condemn, which I don't agree with this. The lady would condemn number 2 because we know it's not the knight. No matter what, the lady would condemn number 2. So that would be the judgment she would pass, or at least the people would pass, because she's hanging both coin and anarchists in the streets. Right?
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as say this person deserves murder. I think perhaps like our judgment could be like, this is who they are, and then just see if he wants us to make that choice after. So what I'm focused on is killing me won't get what you want. If we can like focus on that line. Is that true? Like killing me, like, so what do we want in this situation? Like, I don't serve the general. That's either true or a lie. But killing me won't get what you want. Like, if the person is speaking honestly, do you know what I mean? Allie, what's happening here?
Okay, so if he's lying, if he is lying, he's saying I don't work with the general, which he worked with the general. Killing me will not get what you want, whereas like killing me will get you what you want, i.e. it's opposite what the lady wants. She wants all of us gone.
But how does this guy know what we want? Like,
Well,
I think that could be a lie. I think that could be a lie.
True. Unless he knows somehow that he's there for trial for the lady and that we are trying to, it's part of the process to like seek
Let's just try this out.
an
Okay, ready?
audience with the lady.
Let's just try this out. Hold up. Before you cut off each of their fingers one by one. To see. So if one is the knight, one's the knight, he declares 3 is coin. He can't be trusted. That's true. That lines up. 2, we're like, fuck this guy. It's probably the anarchist. 3, if he is coin and he's lying through this whole sentence, I don't serve the general. That's a lie because he does serve the general. That works. Killing me won't get what you want. What we want is to find the right person. So that would be a lie. Right?
Wait. Another logic, right?
Did I just solve it?
If one is the knight, 3
Yep.
has to be the coin.
Ooh, that's good too.
Yeah.
Right? And 2 has to be the anarchist.
Anarchist,
right?
yeah.
Which would work.
If
Whoa, that's good
3,
shit. That's good shit.
right? It has to be. So if 3 is the knight, then all he's saying is, killing me won't get you shit. Oh, shit. No, that doesn't really help
Anyway,
us.
if 3 is the knight, then 1 is the liar, the anarchist,
No,
which
no,
works.
but
He'd be lying.
The 1 is the anarchist or the coin, and 2 is anarchist or the coin. Because they both could, the anarchist could be lying. No. 2 has to be the anarchist. You're right. 2 has to be the anarchist. So, yeah, we know 2 is the anarchist for sure. Because if 1 was the coin, it has to be lying and say that.
That's right.
The coin could still lie.
Well, walk me through that. Okay, ready? So 1 is telling the truth, right? If 1 is telling the truth, that means the third guy is the coin. Because we know that 2 can't be the coin. Because if 1's telling the truth, he's pointing at that guy saying that. If we look at 3's full statement, I don't serve the general, that lines up. If that's coin, he is lying. That's a lie. Killing me won't get what you want. That's also a lie. We'd be getting it right, right?
Right.
Now, if we go back though and make him a knight,
And it's all truth.
that is all true. I don't serve the general. That's true. He doesn't. He's a knight. Killing me won't get what you want.
So, oh my God, we're
But I don't think
circular
that's
again.
true. Like, killing me will get what you want. If that's a true statement, I don't think that could be a true statement, could it?
Yeah, I think it could.
Yeah.
How could it be?
The lady wouldn't want him dead. Is basically what it's saying. So,
But he's not saying that. He's saying killing me won't get what you want. But like, if we do kill him, all they asked is to pass judgment, and we just be passing judgment. It wasn't pass correct judgment. It was just pass judgment.
What?
Which that would make him lying then.
Which means he's the coin.
There's one thing we haven't tried. What if?
I pee on each of them.
No.
How did they react to my
Wild card here is the golem.
Wildcards TM.
The
Okay.
golem. What if we do something to him to get a reaction
No.
from him?
No.
I will cut his
Huge-
hand. to
No.
see if they react.
Do not touch the huge
golem's
golem with
made
a
of
huge
metal.
blade. Yeah. Golem is like a huge. We can
Okay.
either ask Kyle for some sort of in check for a hint, or we can just try our weird ass logic.
I'm going to try one more thing. Nothing to do with the golem.
Talk it
Don't
out.
worry.
Talk it out, though. Talk it out.
Okay. I'm going to go up to each of them and I'm going to
Okay.
punch them in the stomach.
Why?
I
What will
want
that
to
do?
see the reaction.
You already got them.
Not
This is
the
like
good
a
enough.
lower down version of
A
this.
knight will stand strong.
We don't know this. That's just
Anarchist
a total
will
assumption.
rinse and cry.
No, we
A
don't know
coin
this.
man will try and con or slither out of it.
We don't
Believe
really,
somehow.
We don't really know this.
This is 100% proven.
Okay, before
Not
Hunter
true.
goes crazy here, I'm gonna ask for a call here. Either make a call or you can ask, and I can
Okay, take
add a
that.
little bit of a hint, or you can make your call.
Do you think we should do a hint? That way, see if we are close.
Yeah, I feel like
I think we're
hint's
pretty
fun.
close.
I feel like we have a theory, but let's
Yeah,
see.
we have a theory.
What's some sort of
Let's see.
hint extra context.
Yeah.
Leah, how do you feel about that? Are you cool with that? Or are you yelling at Oliver?
I'm partially yelling at Oliver, partially just drawing out all the options in my notebook. But that sounds cool to me.
Okay. Your logic is sound on both accounts. You have two leading theories.
It's a
Both
shit
accounts
theory.
of your logic make sense. One more so than the other. I'll say that.
Yeah.
However, one thing that you are not looking at fully, two things that you're not looking at fully.
Talk to me.
There's a meta context to this, right? What would the lady's judgment be on these three factions, not individuals? The men don't matter. Think of it from that context. The men are just men. The lady doesn't care about people, but what they stand for matters. So what would she think of the three factions these men represent? Also
Well-
consider your actions and your interactions with the three factions in question, how they've been. And I will also say, there's certainly an element of obvious execution to come from judgment. Whether you choose, we choose this guy, this guy. These are who they are, but we choose to say none of them will be executed. That's the judgment we pass. That can be your judgment, but there is an execution element of it. Whether that is part of the test is to be found out.
Okay, so we know that Mercy Killers do kill Anarchists and Crimson Coin. Anarchists don't want, just from what I know of the factions, Anarchists hate Coin and they hate the Knights. The Mercy Killers. The Coin are just fucking assholes. They don't like the lady, but they're just real fucking dicks. They're real douchebags. The lady would likely not really want to hurt the Mercy Killers. They're doing her business, but she's pretty, like, you know, apathetic to a lot of things. We do know she does not like the Coin. And we know she's not a huge fan of the Anarchists, but I bet the Coin are, like, above that. You know, we consider the Deba visited us during the Anarchist rebellion thing, and the Deba didn't attack us. The Deba warned us and the Anarchists. The Deba warned us and the Anarchists that the Mercy Killers were coming. But she did that because we assume she wants us to do this plan against the Coin because she really hates the Coin. And the Coin are building a weapon to hurt her, it seems like. I think for sure she would want to murder this Coin guy.
If we're thinking of individual faction motivations, right? What would make the most sense to me, not even logic wise, I've just drawn out all the options basically of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 of like where people could be. The Anarchist wants to sow chaos. The easiest way to sow chaos is, yeah, trust that fucker over there, right? The Coin being number one. The Coin wants all the Knights, Mercy Killers fucking dead. Very blatantly saying, that dude, number 3, is the Knight. You should fucking mark him. And the Knight saying,
I don't serve the general, don't kill me.
Yeah. Motivation-wise, that makes sense. The Anarchists sowing little chaos of maybe trust this person that, I don't know.
Yeah, Anarchist does want just no order. So they would go for chaos. So why would they tell the truth in this moment? You're right, they'd want to sow chaos. So if we know that 2 is likely the Anarchist, and he's saying, hey, this guy's the Knight, he's probably lying. Which means 1 is lying when he says he's going to condemn him to death. Which means 3 isn't Coin, he's actually the Knight. Which would make the Knight statement true.
Purely
No, that feels right though. That feels right. I mean, when we've interacted with Horus, he's been like, let's fucking kill a guy. I don't care. Let's do anything. Let's blow something up. He's like, you know, Hondo's son. He would go for anything insane.
But saying that also means that the only reason this one makes sense is because the Coin don't really give a shit about the Anarchists so much, but they do really give a shit about the Knights. So, like, the Coin would want to get directly to the Knight, and that's the only way that the Coin would be getting at directly to the Knight, is through this setup. I'm going to fuck around with it and go back on mute again in a little bit. You guys can discuss or talk about something else.
You think 3 intentionally made it personal. I don't serve the general. Killing me won't get what you want. He didn't say, like, I'm not Coin, he's Coin.
I still feel like there's a way to logic our way out of this, and I'm just not seeing it. But, and again, the lady would pass judgment on number 2 should die, because it's either an Anarchist or it's Coin. So that one is, no matter what, chopping block. But I haven't figured out the logic yet. I'm going to go back on mute because my dog's snoring really loud.
I've never heard your dog. Or Pegasus.
The other thing too is like do you think it'll benefit us if we have any of them killed?
I mean, the lady has at least allowed these public executions of both Coin and Anarchists. So it doesn't seem like she's opposed to it. I think she would be offended if we got this wrong.
Yeah.
And killed, that is to say, killed her Crimson Coin. Sorry, Mercy Killer.
I mean, could our judgment be number 2 is someone the lady would want dealt with? Punished. Of 1 and 3, there is no certainty. So dueling out punishment would not be just.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Unless there's a way to figure it out and we haven't fucking done that yet. Very, very possible. But like,
which could happen.
Well, we know for sure.
But
No, but you're
true,
right.
like,
We know for sure 2 isn't the knight.
Yeah.
You know? And so she doesn't like the mercy. She doesn't like the coin. She doesn't like the anarchist. So we know for sure, hey, 2 could get you someone you don't like. They deserve to be punished. They're either an anarchist or a coin.
Of the other 2, there's no certainty. So it would be unjust to dole out punishment as a guess.
Could be part of it.
I don't know.
Well, at this point, I am going to ask for a call because we've spent some time on this. And we kind of just kept running around the same 2 options.
Yeah.
I know, and I keep thinking that I'm close to it, and then I realize it's still a fucking circle.
But perhaps that's part of it.
It's too bad we couldn't ask like 1 or 3, like, where's your allegiance with the lady? I think they probably wouldn't be able to say anything.
They kind of
that would have been cool.
We just did like, before this whole thing, I had put up a logic theory that said 3 was the baddie. But then after thinking about their allegiances, we came up with the theory that 3 was the good guy, which means it's tough to really figure out. But what we do know for certain is 2. Leah's logic was like sound on that.
Mm-hmm.
That guy can't be this. And we know that she doesn't like the anarchists. So, yeah, we could just pitch that. Let's try. Let's see what the golem says.
So what's it gonna? Whatever your final judgment is the final call. No reneging. This is it. This is if you approach the golem with a judgment call. This is the answer.
Okay, so then quickly, let's decide here. We're gonna say 2 is either anarchist or coin, which means the lady would punish this person. Mm-hmm. And then if he's like, okay, but you have to decide which one of these is the coin and the mercy killer. Yeah. Who is who? What do we say?
I'd be on the side of there's no just way to pass, to pass judgment on something you are not sure of. Like, I'd be on that side, but we'll see what everyone else votes.
I think I'm gonna be forced to. Okay, let's walk up. Let's just decide. Let's have fun with it. Let's impulse it.
The golem raises its head and blade up to the shoulder as you approach in this slow, methodical clicking movement. What judgment shall you pass?
Man number 2 cannot be a mercy killer. The lady herself has punished coin and anarchists. If this man in the middle cannot be a mercy killer, he is either anarchist or coin and should be punished.
The golem nods and then looks left and right at 1 and 3 expectantly.
Man number 1 and man number 3. First man accuses this man. He could be telling the truth. He could be lying. The third man says, I don't serve the general. Killing me won't get what you want. He could either be telling the truth or lying. It would not be our place to mistakenly pass judgment on someone who was innocent.
The golem nods once more and says, if this is your final judgment, the lady approves your sense of honor, yet you fail to see the depths of corruption at play. For your strength and judgment, you may pass. And he steps aside. The western path is open to you.
Just nod. Just walk past.
You'll begin to kind of filter out through this western
Really
hall.
walk past.
You begin walking by, and as the last of you kind of steps, you hear a heavy thud, and then then another step, and then and as you're a couple steps further,
Can't risk it. Just kill them all.
as you continue down the western hall. Boone, want to roll me a d20?
Oh, fuck me.
Oh,
And are you guys
Just have-
doing your normal
I have
checks?
to like process everything in my head there.
okay,
Oh,
but I
cool.
still want to know who the knight was.
I'll tell you at the end of the game.
Well, the
Yay.
knight would probably be like, if you kill me, that does work. So you just kill me. Yeah, that's crazy shit. That's crazy. I muted myself during that. I got a 19.
19, okay. Are you guys doing your other checks or just continuing on?
I think we should just keep doing our checks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then perception from Gord, Hondo, investigation from Mary.
I rolled real
Gord
bad.
At advantage with Alana's aid if she's still providing it.
Well,
17.
oops. There's been worse rolls.
I rolled a
17.
3 on the dice.
That's not great. That's okay. Hondo investigation and Gord perception.
Hondo perception, Gord also perception. I
Oh,
rolled
sorry.
investigation.
You're right. Regardless.
13 and perception is I think 12. Yeah, no, 14. So 27.
Okay. And Gord,
26.
you guys feel very confident in the fact that after a few short minutes, nothing is following you from behind. And again, the path before you is relatively immaculate and spotless. There's no signs of wear and tear, no signs of combat, no signs of blood splatter. And the walls, again, just simple fog. And you walk and you walk, and your minds all kind of constantly replay that scenario. Did you make the right choice? Was there a right choice? Those 3 men, presumably dead now. Could you have saved one? Did they deserve to be saved? And as your thoughts kind of roll that same circle, 15, almost 20 minutes pass before the path before you begins to fill with soft light. You see an open space part the dense fog. But the fog is still kind of filling this space. It's just kind of light. You can feel the walls have opened ever so slightly. And there is directly ahead of you, there's like a square, like a window, where this soft light is kind of emanating in from. And it's just like filling in lightly through this fog that is drifting smokily in the air. And it begins to clear as you enter into this room. And through this window, this kind of barred window, you see the source of light, these dancing kind of balls of light that are floating about a lush tropical garden. In the middle of which, you see the lady herself, humanoid in size, sitting at a black iron table and chair, a porcelain teapot with matching cup and saucer in hand. She pours a cup and looks towards this window, towards you, just watching this metal masked face and the wreath of blades, impervious to any emotion or thought. You watch as she brings the cup to her masked face and down again. Somehow you see the tea within at a lower level, though there's no gap in the mask for a mouth. And as you're kind of all looking through this window towards the lady, in the room, you hear a dull thud. Thrice, as you look back in the direction you came from, as you watch an iron door block passage back where you came. With a second and third thud, paths to the south and to the east are now blocked. The room is now closed in, and the lingering smoke and fog is pushed and dissipated out, clearing the room, now trapping you in this 20-foot cube. In the middle of the room, only lit faintly by these dull lights through this kind of barred window as the lady watches on from quite a distance. As I say, in the middle of the room, a pedestal rises from the tiled floor. Atop it, just kind of square pedestal, atop it magically you see just kind of a folded slip of parchment.
Should we read that parchment?
Go up.
I'll start walking forward.
You step forward. The parchment is, clean and untouched, but it's folded, and as you lift and unfold it, you see in common a phrase, a question, a riddle. He who makes it has no need of it. He who buys it has no use for it. He who uses it doesn't know it. What is it?
Just read it. Oh, there it is, thank God. He who makes it has no need of it. He who buys it has no use for it. He who uses it doesn't know it. What is it?
Luck.
He who makes luck has no need of it. He who buys luck has no use for it. He who uses it doesn't know it.
Time.
Yeah, I thought about time. He who makes time has no need of it. He who buys time has no use for it. He who uses time doesn't know it.
I thought it was freedom.
He who
What?
makes freedom has no need of it.
Oh.
He who buys it has no use of it.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't entirely fit. The only one is he who uses it doesn't know it. Like, you don't think about when you're free. He who makes. Oh my God.
Yeah, what would you make? Time. Yeah, time.
Look at
time.
Kyle and his little evil GM chair swivel over there. He doesn't
He
fucking
who
love it.
makes love has no need of it.
I don't know about that.
That's really worked. He who
How about trust?
makes trust has no need of it. He who buys trust has no use for it. He who uses trust doesn't know it. He who makes money has no need of it. He who buys money has no use for it.
Goodwill.
Yeah, or like, I don't know, there's a word on the tip of my tongue when you said trust, Kevin, that's like, oh, shit.
Peace.
He who makes peace. He who buys.
It's the make part that's throwing me off.
Yeah.
You can't make time. Like, you can't make. Like.
I think time. You can make time. You can
No,
buy
you
time.
can't make time. Yeah, that's true.
And you can
But use it? Use
use
time? That's the only thing.
We could all use more time.
You make.
If you're making time, you have no need for it.
Yeah,
I think
because
it'll be
it's not
like
a priority. If you have to make time for something, it's not a priority because you wouldn't have to make time for a priority.
You makes time, has no need of it. Tenet. One word. One word. Tenet.
It makes perfect sense.
Was just thrown in the chat.
He who makes.
If you make time, you have no need of it.
Okay, that's true. If you make time, you have no need of it.
If you buy time, you have no use for it.
But
Is
if
that
you're
true?
using it, wouldn't you be? But if you're using time, you would know you would be using time.
No, you
I don't
wouldn't
know.
because it'd be going. It
Wouldn't?
would go right away, right? If you're using it, time flies, right? You don't even know that time's passed.
So it's something about the wordings and everything that's just throwing
What's a
me off.
phrase like makes, you know? Like
Makes, yeah.
make love. Like make
Could be
peace, not
create.
war.
It could be, yeah. I think it's a grave.
who
He who
make- I
makes
think it's
a
a grave.
grave has no need of it. He who buys a grave has no use for
Oh,
it. He who
He who
uses a
uses
grave
it doesn't know it
actually-
'cause
No,
he's
that's
dead.
That's pretty fucking great, Brock.
Frog, that's really fucking
Well
good.
done, well done.
Gord, just
Or a
pop it in
coffin,
chat.
or a
What were you gonna say?
coffin.
Something preparing for death, like I
That
don't
could
know,
be a
like a
coffin.
funeral
It could
arrangement,
be-
like a coffin.
yeah, it could be a
Could be a
coffin.
coffin. He who
Because-
makes a coffin has no need of it. Sorry, you keep going.
oh.
Yeah, you don't need one until you're dead, right?
Yeah, and when you're dead, you don't know you're using it.
That's a
If you
good.
buy
That's
it,
a really
if you
good
buy
one,
a
bro.
coffin, you have no use for it
Yeah.
because you're not
Or
dead
a
yet.
gravesite, or what do you call those things in those buildings?
Mausoleum, like a
They
mausoleum.
like put you in the wall or whatever.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
like
mausoleum.
either coffin or grave both work. And I
Coffin
think
would
both
work 'cause
would
you
kind of
make
work as an
coffin.
answer.
You make a coffin, right? A carpenter makes a coffin.
True.
When you buy it, you don't have any use for it because you're like, yeah, because you're buying it for someone else.
Who's already
Right.
died.
And then he who uses it doesn't know it. That's
And
really
you're
good.
dead.
That's really
Okay,
That is
good.
really good.
Try it, Gord. Try it.
Gord,
Oh, Gord,
tell
Gord.
her.
You watch her sitting with her little cup and saucer.
Unal elbow Gord forward.
Is it a coffin?
As you kind of offer the answer out, you watch a 6 foot by 3 foot space depress into the ground in front of the pedestal. You all kind of step back and watch as this grave or coffin forms in the ground. The lady kind of tips her head and sips.
Fucking moved.
Can I try and investigate the coffin? Like, does she want us to check it out?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Make an
I'll just,
investigation check.
Nod at her and try and open it or look at it.
It's not a closed coffin.
It's
just
more-
like
more
it's just a
grave.
Oh,
depression-
cool,
A
cool.
depression in the ground, like the ground just sunk, and that like 3 feet wide, 6 foot long, just sunk in the ground.
Natural 20. -1.
It is simply an empty space. There's it's solid on all sides. There was no mechanism. It just magically, you said the answer and it appeared.
Does she look expectant?
She looks pretty much the same as she always looks.
Scary.
It's just empty.
Scary.
Plain- It's a mask, right? Like the whole wreath and metal mask. It's all one piece, like a headdress. It never moves. You don't see eyes. Just
Does the
metal.
note say anything else?
The note has disappeared after you read it.
I'll just like lie down in it.
You lay down in the coffin.
So, yeah.
As you lay down, another piece of parchment appears
Where? On the pedestal?
on the pedestal.
All right, I'm in this coffin. Someone else has to read it.
What
2
does it
steps forward.
say?
You ready to step forward?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
As Boone remains lying in the coffin, kind of gently propped up, just to kind of look and see, you reach forward to another piece of parchment and you pull it and read it. And it reads, "Take me out and scratch my head. What's black now once was red. What am I?"
Match.
Immediately, you see a bunch of small motes of orange light begin to fall from the ceiling. And they kind of hover at eye level all around you, illuminating this space with this warm light. In the 4 corners of the room, you watch as 4 braziers ignite a flame that illuminate the space with warm firelight. As the fires in the corner flare, orange motes kind of sparkle and shift, elongating and become candles that are kind of gently floating, unlit, in the air. There are 4.
Can we reach out and touch them? Are they too high?
They're at eye level. You grab
If
it.
will it come to me, or is it like on a...
It's just hovering in the air, but you can reach out. It's right in front of you. You
Okay.
can touch it.
Cool.
As you grab it, it kind of loses that weightlessness and becomes permanent in your hand. Just a simple wax, like white wax candle.
There's
Should we light
4,
them?
There's 4 of you. I think each one of you should hold one.
Yeah. I'll try to see. I'll walk over to a brazier and light it.
Lights immediately. The other light has now gone out. Though there are the 4 braziers. So as you light it from the one brazier, the brazier dies, and the flame continues in the candle.
Grab some other
Right.
fucking candles.
Yeah, rest of you grab one.
Good.
Hondo,
one.
Brawley, and Gord, you go to the other remaining 3 corners, light your candles, and as you do, the flame dies and is now simply in the 4 candles. As the last one is lit, and you kind of return back to this space of Boone still laying in this empty space. Another piece of paper magically appears atop the pedestal.
To grab it.
You reach out with the other hand, Mary, and you grab and read a simple phrase: "What falls but never breaks."
Falls and never breaks.
Maybe a waterfall.
Water breaks against things like rocks. Oh, this one's hard.
What falls but never breaks. Spackian
Snow.
said gravity, rain, snow.
Snow's a good one.
Oh, wait. No, waves break.
That's what I mean, yeah, but snow falls. Snow doesn't technically break. You can try it.
Light.
Rainfall works for
darkness.
that too.
Darkness falls but never breaks.
The dawn breaks it. Breaking
Yeah,
Dawn Part 2.
All the Twilight references. I guess the other one was before we started recording. I like the idea of rain or snow from Gord. Both those.
But it can't be 2. It's got to be 1. These have kind of all been spooky so far, right? Coffin. Match wasn't that spooky, but it made it real spooky in here.
How are these candles melting?
Very faintly.
Okay.
So
I was
it's
trying to
gonna
see if there was
melt
a
little.
clock.
Not exactly. It would be a long clock.
What else falls? Rainfall, snowfall, darkness falls, like you said. Night falls. Oh, that's true.
But daybreak, the term daybreak is a thing.
But Gordo's saying night
But
falls.
the night itself doesn't break.
Yeah, day breaks. It's interesting.
Try that.
Night falls, snow falls, rain falls, water falls. She's a spooky kind of person. Nightfalls would maybe be in line. I mean, Nightfall's here. Nightfall's just like that.
Hondo, give it a try. Your idea.
Do you want to go with Nightfalls? What falls but does not break?
How do you say Nightfall?
Why not?
Okay. Hondo, as you say Nightfall, you say it aloud. All light in the room is extinguished. Boone, make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy, oh boy,
No.
oh boy.
At disadvantage, unfortunately.
Oh, that was a check. Sorry, wrong one. Okay, well, I'll use that and this. So my first one was an 8 plus 4, and my second one's a 17 plus 4. So 8 plus 4 is 12.
You feel the bottom of the coffin drop out. And the night falls. You plunge into darkness. And as the light momentarily fade from the space in front of you all, you lose sight of everything. It goes pitch black. And then the light from the conservatory with the lady beyond, it filters back in once more. Boone is out of sight and the coffin is no more.
Can I use a bonus action?
Momentarily.
Okay.
You look on, the lady looks on with a polite clap, and you watch as atop the pedestal, a black folded piece of parchment appears, and with a heavy grinding, the doors begin to reopen. The black parchment sits awaiting your approach.
I can pick it up. What does it say?
The black parchment is a clear and elaborately designed invitation inviting the wisest of your troop to tea in the conservatory with the lady.
Wisest?
Smartest, cleverest, wisest.
Fuck me. I mean, pure wisdom stat. That's none of us. Maybe Gord.
That was me, actually. Plus 8, wisdom. What you got?
Yeah.
On saving throws.
Boom.
Mary, you... Okay.
We can continue in this room here, but currently you're down a member. It's up to you.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
Okay. Mary,
Mary-
Honda, Gord, and Alana. With this, what
Mary,
do you do?
you got that match thing so quick. You've been pretty clutch on riddles in the past. You figured out that second guy was probably a liar.
Yeah, but what the fuck? We gotta figure out. We're not just gonna leave missing Boone.
Yeah, but that's probably part of the conversation. I'm not saying leave dear sweet Moon. I'm just saying she wants to chit chat.
I will say, there's no obvious path to her. It's just a window. It's not a door. It's not a path to her. A doorway opens to the north, back to the east and south once more.
So you might just have to keep going and just take this
Well,
invitation to the conservatory.
Where is the conservatory?
Seems to
don't
be
know.
the room beyond.
Oh, then do that.
But okay.
Conservatory lies to the west.
We have to get Boone back. If this is part of the same room, I can fucking go.
Do
Unless
it.
someone else wants to give it a try.
I say you do it.
Sure. Well, no pressure.
What are you trying to do, sorry?
just be the wisest person.
You said join in the conservatory, right? And that
Mhm.
seems to be the west.
Yeah, there's no path there.
Oh,
not there
okay,
yet.
Sorry.
You can just see into the room, but you can't go into the room.
No one has.
You found an invitation to talk, but your journey's not over yet.
We
So
have
just have to keep walking forward, and it's like a maze. You got to get there.
Yeah, but how do we figure out Boone?
I'm
It
sure
is
it'll
a
happen
problem.
later. It'll happen later.
He doesn't have an earring.
You could just try and get this thing started again.
What do you mean? Oh, I have the last piece of paper.
No, once the riddles are read, it's gone except for the invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you just gotta keep going. Unless you want to try and crack open this floor, but like it seemed all magical. I don't know if that's gonna work.
If I go and look at the area where Boone was, what do I see?
Solid stone.
No crack, no nothing.
No more than there would be in tile.
What's the weird humanoid version of the lady doing?
You look back, she's no longer there.
She's a hoot.
Maybe she's got Boone somewhere.
God, I hope so. I do have a third character prepared. So
Oh my goodness.
it's for an arc we haven't played yet.
In the interim, then, as you guys mull over what you want to do, I want to kick everyone out.
Yeah, just touch it. We'll just take off. We'll just turn
You
off
guys
our
leave.
sound.
You guys leave.
Everyone mute or turn.
Yeah, turn off your sound.
headphones
Turn off your
off
sound.
until
Send like a
until I do
Snapchat or
this.
something. Yeah.
Yeah. When we give you guys big thumbs up, you can come
Yeah.
back. But you gotta turn off your volume.
Turn it
right
all down.
Wait, so what
All
happened?
down.
Say that again.
You
This is
turn
gonna
off your
be
volume.
a me and Boone moment. Everyone else has got to fuck off.
Turn off your volume, and then no, you can stay though. You can stay.
Just
When
can't
we
listen.
give you 2 thumbs up, you turn your volume back.
Okay, it's off.
Okay, great.
Okay.
That wasn't the signal.
Boone, you plummet. You feel that sensation of falling. And it's just black. Like for a moment, you could see everyone above you, and it is a horrifying sensation of lying in a grave with these new friends overlooking you with lit candles. Like this is a goodbye. This is a funeral. And you've fallen before. And this is gut-wrenching. And as you fall, it's black, but you feel that shift of that shift in your gut of being transported from one space to another. Not just falling through gravity. There's a teleportation. There's a shift. There's a move. You wanted to use a bonus action. You don't have visual on anything yet until there's a moment. You're gonna have a split second to use that action or bonus action, I assume. And
It's okay. If this is happening, I don't think I would have used it then. It would have been right away. Yeah, so you keep going.
You fall and you begin to see light kind of coming from behind you. You can feel warmth, and you just turn in time to see an array of blades pointing up at you. Like a massive array, a pit, a chasm filled with blades, and you are plummeting directly into it. What do you do?
Okay. So with that in mind, I think I would try as soon as I get close to Misty Step to try and like land instead of full force, to try and like land and cling on to one depending on how big these are.
Okay. I'm going to have you make another dexterity save.
Sure.
To see how well you can do that.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay. You still suffer some damage from the fall as you basically misty step like into the side of this blade pit, and like it is a pit, and you can see as you're just plummeting, you can just see an edge, and you like misty step to the edge, try and stand on it. You miss, and you kind of have to land hard against it, and you feel it like clips your chin. So there is some, bludgeoning damage you suffer from this fall, but it is far better than the fuckload of damage you would have been pierced with. You suffer 18 points of bludgeoning damage just by sheer impact.
Still good.
It hits your chest and knocks the wind out of you, and you struggle to hold on. You're able to kind of lift yourself up onto the edge, and you look up, and it's just a ceiling. There's no hole, there's no indent, but you look down to a 30-foot pit of these blades that rise up near that full height. And you can see all along there are skeletal elements, there's skulls, there's all in the bottom. You can see tattered cloth and bits of garb and bone. Clearly this repository of blades and death awaits, well, those who the lady deems less than worthy, or perhaps those in need of sacrifice. What you do see is a path to the east. Just an open path.
Yeah, I'll try and work my way down this blade, or just make my way slowly towards that, trying to traverse these blades.
It's dangerous, but you're able to do it. There's a lip around the edge of stone, like a pathway around the edge of the pit that you're able to kind of maneuver onto and shimmy along. And you make
try and use the butt of the glaive to, I guess, the blade to just try and help with my balance.
Absolutely. And you're able to kind of keep yourself steady. And you reach this hallway. You're going to continue down the hall?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll d20.
$18.
Okay. For the next 18 minutes, you walk this hall alone. It's eerie. It's quiet. And I need you to also make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh boy. Okay.
As
18 plus 5, 23.
Nice. The wear of this day is continuing to just beat you down. And that brush with death took its toll. But you push on nonetheless, knowing, one, you need to return to this newfound group of yours so that you may return to your first found family somewhere else.
I'll have the flickering, from his perspective, have the flickering mask just casually on sometimes. And he'll just be quietly under his breath, be we still have vengeance to seize. And he'll just be repeating that as a mantra, just trying to keep himself going.
Okay. Throw me a perception check as well, if you don't mind.
Got it. Oh man, I miss foul shit at this. 6.
Focusing on the mantra and almost just not paying attention, knowing the paths have just gone straight. Perhaps not the smartest decision, but you just focus inwards to just keep yourself moving rather than, possibly protecting yourself from what may lie within this path. And after this amount of time, you kind of stumble to a door. You reach this rather large metal door. You can see there is an opening, a space that you can kind of look within. And you can see it's a crossroads. You can see a door on one side, a door on the other side, and a door on each corner.
Can I try the door? Is it locked?
It doesn't budge. It doesn't seem to have a handle.
And this was the only path leading here, right?
It's a one way. Unfortunately, this is where
I think he'll just have to wait. Yeah. I'll just have to wait. He'll like recognize that.
Yeah.
All right.
Fire up that volume.
So
I won the game. That's it.
Oh, perfect. I was just gonna say. So, what did we miss?
It was fun. I won. Kyle said you won the game.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Good.
he rolled a
So after
natural 20, and I said, you know what? You were the
120
DM
sessions
now.
in. You did it. You won.
Hey.
Officially won D&D.
Yeah.
So, for the rest of you,
Oh.
what do? You have a path south, you have a path north, and you have a path to the east, which you came from. But the
So we're
north
not
and south
gonna-
paths are new.
We should probably all stay together, right? The ones that are remaining.
Yeah, splitting up now seems kind of shitty considering how disparate the paths we've seen so far. Nothing's really met back up. Looking at the conservatory, is there anything that like wraps around it? Like either of those paths, or is it the opposite direction?
Looking at the conservatory, is there anything that wraps around it? You're not sure. You can't really see enough through this small window. You can see a small section of this conservatory. You don't see the full thing. It's obscured by plants and just difficult to see. It's just one little spot that she was just looking in on.
On to pick a direction.
North or south?
I say the south is where you want to go.
Someone else gets to be my boon die roll. So Allie, roll a d20 for me.
Okay.
And if you guys are going to keep to your normal rolls, Hondo and Gord roll perception, Mary roll investigation. If not,
Okay.
do whatever you guys want. Allie, would you roll?
4.
4.
I'm rolling so bad on these.
9 and 14, 23. Oh wait, mine's it's expertise. Sorry, so 10. 24.
Let's see here.
Dirty 20.
At this point, I think it's clear to all of you, with all of your checks and everything, and having looked at one another, Alana's forehead, you can see that faint little bruise has become more clear, a symbol. There's a half kind of circle, a half moon upside down, and several lines, almost like a sun or a wreath of blades in the middle of her forehead.
Elena, do you feel weird?
I mean, I don't feel great, but I certainly don't feel awful.
You have a mark on your forehead.
What kind of mark? What does it look like?
I'll flip around my shield to like a shinier part.
Okay.
Try to show her.
Kind of looks like a half sun or half bladed wreath.
I thought it was just like a smudge or some dirt or shit, but apparently not.
I know those are blades. Those are blades. Okay, what does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean?
I don't know. I don't know how long it's been there.
Well, now that I think about it, I did feel kind of like something maybe hit me in the head, but like not anything serious. Like after we finished doing all that chest stuff, it was right before the well. Yeah, but I mean, I didn't feel anything more than a little inconvenient headache. It was gone.
The headache's
after
gone?
that. Seems to be. I don't know now though. It feels like a pressure.
Okay.
Out of game, I know what it is.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it. Fuck me, we're down somebody. On to south, let's go south.
Okay. A few minutes pass, And I need all of you to make Constitution saving throws.
Yeah, what time is it? How long has it been?
It's been a minute.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Bless you, Gregorio Cortez.
17.
28.
Jesus.
Do I get that bonus 3?
Nah, that
No.
guy's gone.
We don't have food anymore.
And this is a save, right?
This is a Constitution saving throw.
So 10 and 4, 14.
Okay. Gordon. Gord? Con save?
Con save, my sweet God.
Does he not know we're back?
Oh, I don't know.
That would be
No, he just rolled.
so funny.
14.
Unfortunately, given the late hour and the multiple rooms you've passed through, Gord gains another point of exhaustion and Hondo gains his first.
Oh no.
Only just. You just missed it. This day is wearing and tearing you down.
Has this whole time, have we felt the passage of time, or has it felt kind of like when we were in like the weird interstellar area?
You feel it physically, but less so mentally. So it's less of like your perception of how long you've been here without food or drink or anything like that. Not that that's not there, but it's just not as present. The physical toll, because you guys have been taxing yourselves, constantly walking, in some cases fighting, physically taking pain and stuff like that. And then some of the mental gymnastics you've had to run through has just worn you down. You've been pushing past exhaustion now for 2 to 3 hours, pushing past when you should have long gone to bed. You already stayed up late to have a midnight meeting. You fought multiple times today. You don't have much more left in the tank before exhaustion is guaranteed, not a thing you can resist. You still have, hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 for those of you who are particularly hardy. But this is going to hit a point when people are going to start stacking points.
Right, let's see if we can get Boone back and maybe look at taking a rest.
As you guys continue down the southern path, it's relatively short-ish, but as you feel that wear, Hondo and Gord, it feels longer than maybe it should have. Alana, a little bit of that kind of mental stirring of what the fuck is going on with everything, but specifically this mark. And Mary, every so often you catch in the fog this shift, like something's watching. The second you look, it's gone. But out of the corner of your eye, you swear there's something. Regardless, you make your way into a new section, a new room. In the middle of this dead-end room, you see a shattered platform that stands in the middle of this dead end. There are no paths east, west, or south. In the middle of this platform, in this maybe 30-foot square room, this circular platform, you see a skeletal form kneeling, locked in place by the passage of time, in the direct center. What do you do?
It's like a moment of panic to check if it's a tiefling.
Make a medicine check.
Are there horns? Oh, no, that was a really bad roll. It's 4.
4 total.
Yeah, I rolled a 2.
No horns, but they could have been destroyed in some manner, but seems not a tiefling, but you're not sure.
Cool. How big is this room, sorry?
It's about 30-foot square. The platform in the middle kind of takes up almost 20 or 25 feet. No, sorry, that's not true. 15 feet in the middle of it.
If you look up, is there a ceiling or is it just fog?
There is a ceiling in here, though the walls are fog. There is a ceiling, and it reflects a similar circular platform that is unshattered, though in the middle there's this kind of opening. I would also say, as you came close to investigate and check this skeletal form, with your passive investigation, on this platform, you can see directly beneath where the skeleton is, like a shattered impact and emanation out. You can see a crack and break. But in the direct east, west, and south, you see there are metal placards embedded in the stone of the circle. And even from a distance, you see the familiar depiction of the Lady of Pain's face. These metal placards embedded in stone with a surrounding kind of square of, gold or something to that effect. You can see that at the direct southeast and west points.
And it's the same?
They're more or less, unless you get a closer look at each of them from a distance, from 10 or 15 feet away, they look more or less identical.
Any ideas? Does it look like these placards could depress at all, or is it like they are mounted on top of something?
You want to make an investigation check, sorry?
Sure.
Do you want to investigate east, west, or south?
East.
Okay. You make your way over to the east and you get close. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh my God, natural one.
Was it really?
Yeah. I rolled a
Not
2
great.
and a 1.
Did you say you rolled a 2 and a 1?
The last thing I rolled was a 2, and this one was a 1.
Oh, jeez.
I have been rolling really bad. Like the checks I've been doing, I've been really good at, so it's made up for it. But I'd say
Not
like
there.
70% of my rolls have been less than 10 on the dice.
Not been fun.
You make your way to this eastern placard and you look, and there's just an element of the lady's face, that kind of perfectly plain face that just watched you and challenged you all to this kind of duel of wits and these riddles, and then took one of your members without so much as a word. That you just can't focus in the moment, and there's just that well of anger, and you just aren't even paying attention to like what you're trying to do here. Your mind just kind of wanders before you stand up frustrated, look back to the group.
Anyone else trying anything while I'm trying that? I'm feeling.
Come on, Brawley. Use some of that girth.
I mean, I could. I just don't think it's the right thing in this situation here. Maybe we all have to do something.
Could cut on his hand do something?
Skeleton?
Hondo just really likes cutting people's hands.
Can I do like a history check, I guess? Not history check, but like checking the stones?
Yeah, you're a dwarf. You can do some stone cunning.
Okay.
Let's see. It would be I'm gonna make it investigation, but I'll give you advantage.
Okay. 15.
That's pretty good. Carefully looking around the skeleton as the kind of central point here, without touching the skeleton for fear of whatever that could do. You look at where the central point of impact is. It's clearly not caused by the skeleton. Just based on like, there's just no way. It doesn't fit how the stone is broken. But what you do see is like the stone has been struck by something many times. You can see at the core, right beneath where the skeleton is, it's almost been turned to dust. But it's also not only dust. As you kind of clear away the dust, the sand and the grit of the stone has been hit or pulverized or struck in some way, that there's a superheated element that beneath a kind of quick dusting, the sand and grit has become glass beneath the broken stone. You can see there's an obvious point that has splintered and shattered the platform. And at that core hit, there's a superheated element that has turned the sand to glass.
So this heated element, is it like a ball of energy, right? Like that's there?
You don't see anything right now. You don't see any source of where this energy is or what could have come here. But you just see what's left from whatever this strike, or many strikes, likely by Alana, by your judgment here. Many strikes have hit that have caused it to constantly break and shatter, and then ultimately beneath to have been superheated to a point of becoming glass.
Could I investigate?
You can. I would say Alana has already kind of given a pretty solid investigation to that area. If you want to investigate one of the other placards or anywhere else in the room, you're more than welcome to.
Because if something fell, you're saying it fell, like, right?
Well, you said there was a hole in the ceiling too, right?
There is.
Does that line up?
Yeah, it seems to line up roughly.
Could I throw? I'm going to throw Whisper into the hole. See what happens.
Okay. Yeah, you're a sharpshooter. You could do that. Go ahead and make a attack roll.
Ooh, boy. Oh, boy. An attack roll. This is going to be... 3.
Okay.
And 14. 17.
I think 17 is enough to hit stone, and it is stone up top. Are you going to try and teleport?
Yeah.
Okay. It's about 40 feet up. 35, 40 feet up. Before you teleport, before you throw, you don't see any position in which you could kind of grab onto, right? There's a hole, there's some kind of element in the stone up there. So what you're going to have to do is basically throw and teleport into, and then try and hold on left and right to hold yourself up in the cavity. Is that the plan?
I have another idea.
Please.
What if I could create a wall of water under me, so that either I'll stand on it, or if I fall, I'll just
water is a liquid.
But because I can walk in water, right? I thought I could, because I can walk on water.
Why can you walk on water?
You're not Jesus. You have a swim speed.
I thought I was always...
Also, your wall of water is only 10 feet high. There's still 20.
Oh, I thought it was 30 feet. For some reason, I thought it was 30.
I think it's 30 feet long. So, like, it can only be 10 feet high. However, should you fall, it's better to fall in water than it is on a stone floor.
Other option, could I, like, pre-register this action that if I fall, I will cast Gust of Wind and have a soft...
Pre-register this action.
I'll give it to you as how fast... If you fall, I'll let you try as a reaction, given, like, a check. And if you can beat the DC that I set, you can do the thing you want to try. However, for the time being, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw to try and pin yourself in between. Because it's close enough that you could hold yourself without even your full arms. Like, you could pin yourself at a couple of feet across and hold yourself in between this kind of hole, whatever it is.
Okay. Come on. All right, that's a decent 14.
Plus your dex save.
And my dex save is 26.
Absolutely. As you throw Whisper, you kind of prepare yourself already as that teleportation. You kind of teleport into this shadow and smoke, and quickly as Whisper like comes to your hand, with one hand you kind of hold it in the wall, and the other you just kind of pin yourself, and you're just kind of holding yourself. At this point, it's going to be a test of endurance to see how long you can kind of just hold yourself in this kind of weird position, dangling 30, 40 feet in the air. But you're about 5 feet up into this tube hole. What are you trying to do up here?
Can I see? How far can I see?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. 18.
Yes, with your bonuses as well, you can see up another 10 feet. There is a blue crystal that with your dark vision you can make out.
Uh-oh.
There is this large blue crystal. Seems dull at the moment,
Okay.
but there's something.
So I'm good right now hanging.
You're going to be good for, what's your constitution modifier? 3?
Constitution, yeah, +3.
Yeah, I'll give you 3 minutes of being able to hold this position before you're going to fall.
Okay. Can I throw something at it just to see if it reacts?
No, because both your hands need to be holding yourself in position.
Okay. This is a problem.
Actually, you know what? No, you know what? I said you're up a few feet, so you could bring your feet up and push your legs and your back against the wall and hold yourself that way. Free your hands, which would give you another minute or two of being able to hold yourself. So it's a whole body workout instead of just your arms.
I like that. So I'll throw, I guess, something like a dagger, I guess.
You gonna throw a whisper or just one of your other daggers?
This is a tricky one because I don't know.
Maybe don't throw something that might not potentially come back down and like kill you. Like you got ball bearings, you got weird shit.
I'll throw a ball bearing.
Okay. All right. You fish out a ball bearing. And
just like do like the like football, like paper football across the table, flick.
Yeah, you flick it. It goes. You connect and you hear it kind of ting off, and where it strikes, it's like watching a rapid cloud and lightning strike form. Where it strikes, you just see, or dissipates and fades again.
I'll yell down. There's a crystal up here. And I threw some ball bearings at it, and like a lightning thing formed. What should I do?
You threw something at a thing that looks like it creates deadly lightning. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, this is correct.
I think maybe getting away from the thing that creates deadly lightning is probably a good idea.
Should I try and bring it down here?
Why? How big is it?
How big would it be?
How big is the crystal?
Yeah.
At least 10 feet by 10 feet. Like it's a massive, like it's like embedded in the ceiling. It's not like just
10 by 10.
Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna bring that down here from up there.
Yeah. Okay.
There's Alana saw that something was superheating shit. There's no other exits in this room, right? There's 4 weird placard things. I wonder if they're fucking buttons, and it's literally stand on the buttons and see what the fuck happens.
Should I bail from here then?
Just a second. Kyle, where the skeleton was, have any of us been up on the platform where it is? Would Hondo have to go there in order to throw that dagger?
Yeah, I mean, Alana was investigating underneath the skeleton that's where the superheated glass was.
I understand. Okay, so it's not a proximity standing there and something's gonna...
As far as you can tell.
Does it look like this? I already made a medicine check on him. And I rolled a 2. I was gonna say, does it look like he was like burned or like killed by lightning? But it's not gonna matter because my medicine check was a 4. I already investigated one of it. Yeah, Hondo, thank you. Get down here. Maybe you try to look at these fucking placards and see if they're gonna do anything.
Okay. I'm casting Gust of Wind. Stay out of the way.
You've positioned yourself where your hands are free, so you're gonna try and use Gust of Wind to like catch yourself as you come down into a gust of wind, so it like slows.
Are you trying to be like Avatar?
Yeah, Mary Poppins Avatar, you know.
What's your spellcasting modifier? Charisma? Yeah, go ahead and just make a charisma check. Just to see how
Okay.
well you can control the magic of your descent. Yeah.
17.
You're all right. You manage to descend slowly enough and catch yourself that your gust of wind stops you from suffering any points of damage. What do you guys do?
Does someone else take a look at the only thing that's in here is those fucking placards, and I can't get a hold of them. I don't know if anyone wants to look at a different one. This one looks like nothing.
Look at a different one.
You're gonna look at a placard?
Sure.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Okay. Oh, 1.
Oh my god, we are rolling bad.
Alana, you come over to the placard, and just as you get within like a foot of it, you reach out to kind of touch it, and you almost feel your heart kind of begin to kind of thump and beat and thump and beat. There's a weird kind of trepidation as you look at the lady's face on this placard, and you see that wreath of blades, and it just kind of sparks that memory of whatever is now on your forehead. And as you reach out, that thumping, that heavy thump of your heart, it's loud. Actually, everyone can faintly hear this thump, very faintly, but you all kind of hear this boom, boom.
You can't tell where it's coming from.
Kind of sourceless at this moment with how badly you guys are rolling.
Oh, don't maybe get away from the giant laser thing.
Coming down.
You are safely directed with your gust of wind to the ground.
That was a good landing.
And unfortunately, Alana, you don't gather anything further as that kind of moment just sparks a little fear in you. What are you guys doing?
Jesus.
Yeah, nothing here, just indigestion.
Fuck. Hondo, can you take a look at the placard towards the way we came?
There's
Okay.
no placard the way you came.
Okay, I understand.
There's
I
a
thought
placard
maybe
south, east, west, nothing north.
I'll look at
Okay,
the east one.
I already looked at the east
Okay,
one, but
I'll look at the west.
Okay.
Because I'm wild, wild west.
Too
As good
soon.
reasoning as any.
It's too soon.
Go ahead and make investigation. Okay, that's a much better roll. 15 on the die, plus your
Like,
investigation.
what if that was a 1? What if it was a 1? All three.
Oh, everyone dies here and we call it a day. Hondo, as you get close, you lean down and you can see it is of course, as I've described multiple times, this placard of the lady's face, kind of embossed out of the face, and the wreath of blades sits up out of this metal placard, and it's like a bronzed metal, and there's a kind of a border around it. However, as you get close, you can see very faintly there are signs of almost what looks like almost like fingerprints or fingers that have been like scorched or charred and left behind. You can see just this faint like black mark that looks like a couple of fingers, like a rough hand shape. And again, you all hear boom, boom, boom. What do you do?
blackened fingerprints. Someone pressed it and got fucking zapped.
Wondering maybe we should get away from the center.
Yeah. But we also need to activate something.
Something was burnt.
No one has a long wooden stick, do they?
I have a. Do I still have my?
Long
We have
stick.
rope. We could tie a dagger to a rope and
Do you-
just go.
Do you still have your mage hand?
I do.
Because maybe that could work. We all stand to the side somewhere, and then you use your hand and then tap it.
Press the button.
That
Press
is.
the
We could try that.
I agree.
Everyone kind of moves away from the center, away from the. You could. There's like 10 feet in circumference around the entire platform. You guys don't even have to be standing on the platform if you don't want to. So everyone clears off. Hondo, you cast Mage Hand,
Yep.
and you're gonna touch the west one that you just investigated.
Yep.
Okay. Everyone stands with bated breath. The hand reaches up, and you watch it depress, and it clicks, and you can see the lady's face shift and move. Immediately, a bolt of lightning strikes. The skeleton in the middle just bursts.
Okay, so it's not that one.
Good to know.
You
Try
want to try
another
next?
one.
Which one
I'll
do you go
try
to?
again with the hand. Can I do the mage hand again for another one?
You can keep it up for a minute, 10 minutes, something like that.
Okay, I'm heading to the north side.
Nothing north. There's east and south.
Oh, east and south. South side.
South comes around.
East it is. Oh,
Great.
no.
No change.
What if we did all three at the same time?
You're right. Without getting electrocuted, we'd have to find a solution. You have a mage hand that can do one.
I could cast a wall of water and hit the other.
Keep in mind, a wall of water conducts electricity. Kind of the opposite of what we want.
I could throw my hammer at the same time as the hand and just time it because I'm pretty good at timing. We'll just time
It's true,
it.
and it does come back to you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's also a lightning hammer. There's like extra
That'll
shit
just
going
absorb
on
it.
there. Cord, what are your staffs made of?
The one staff is like ruby crystal.
Yeah.
The other is wood, I guess.
There's probably metal elements in it. I don't want to risk busting a
Yeah.
magic item either.
Don't bust a relic.
yeah, that's not a good plan.
What's it gonna be?
No, that's not gonna work. Just trying to think of an alternative.
What, hitting with you?
Allie, yeah, you can do one with Mage Hand. Allie can do one with her hammer because it's a throne and it's pretty heavy. When the Mage Hand pushed, did it look like it was like a lot of resistance to make it click, Kyle?
No, it's pretty easy. The mage hand doesn't have a particularly like strong push or pull.
Yeah.
It's pretty light.
I have the stars on my cape. I could throw one at it.
I think that's just magic. What kind of damage is it?
It's force. You'd have to target a creature. It's not something you can throw at an object.
Did you shoot an arrow at it?
I will point
Yeah.
out the lightning didn't struck in the middle. It didn't strike where the points are.
Yeah.
It's
That's
striking
true.
in the middle, and the points are 10, 15 feet away from that point.
Then why was there blackened fingerprints though?
That's a good point.
Okay,
Like-
just throw the arrow. Do the arrow.
Well, arrows are a little. I just don't think that's going to be strong enough doing an arrow.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, let's just try.
One second. What about? That's made of metal. That's made of metal. That's made of metal. That is also probably made of metal. Okay, I'm going to use. That's what I'll do. I'll take a cross. Are the crossbow bolts metal or wood?
The tip is metal, but the bolt is wood.
Cool. I'm going to take one of those and put my hand on the wood part just in case it is electricity-ish. I won't get electrocuted. And I'm going to try to use that to push one of the buttons if we're going to do it all at the same time.
Okay. So Alana's going to use the hammer. You're going to use a crossbow bolt, and Hondo's going to use Mage Hand.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Count it down.
3, 2, 1, go.
Boom.
All three of you hit, depress, and push, and
Cool. Excellent. Maybe it's an order thing? What the fuck?
What are we missing? There's got to be something we're missing.
Do all three buttons look the same?
Mhm.
Do we have to put something there? Do we have to... It's just hitting the stone. There's not like a second thing it's hitting and activating underneath. Boone has the coins, because of course he does.
Maybe we have to hit them in order?
That's what I'm trying to think of, but I don't know
The only thing-
order that would be.
The only thing I could think of is maybe the directions we came in. So like east, south, west.
We can try it.
you're going to
May
try
as well.
just touching one at a time, east, south, west.
Yes. May as well.
Okay. You begin using Mage Hand. Boom, boom, boom. In succession, 3 individual lightning bolts. No change.
There was a skeleton in the middle. It has since been basically obliterated, right?
Yeah.
It's like coffee grounds at this point.
Yeah, it's shattered, destroyed.
There's sand in the middle that's been turned to glass. There's nothing underneath that, right? It just looks like there have been so many impacts over time.
Exactly. It looked like at one point this was a sturdy platform, but over time this has been, I mean, you guys have hit it 10 times.
What the fuck is the test here? What am I missing? Kyle, and your little smirk.
Like, what if one of you got struck by lightning? What if one of you, it's the test of lightning?
Helena, you're only resistant to lightning when you're raging or when you're crazy storm avatar, right?
Yeah.
You already used that today?
Oh no, I think it did. Hold on, let me check. Uh-oh.
Why is there a table in the room? That's where the guy's body was laid on?
There's a table?
Oh, there's just a dude there?
He was just sit in the middle where the lightning has been striking, just like fallen, kind of looking up in this like frozen position. It's just on a platform. Like this whole thing is kind of a slightly raised platform.
There's nothing else in the room.
No, it's just 3 blank fog walls.
When he has to take it. They let that guy take it. He didn't take it very well.
I don't think I've used it today. I think I used it. When was the last time I used it?
Did
I
you
want to
use
say
the
it was
storm?
in the sewers.
Yeah,
It's just-
that's
that was
today.
technically.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so I
that was
did use it
today.
today.
But if you
We
rage, you
also
can
have-
take it.
We also have no idea how much damage it is. So, like, even if she's halved, we have no idea how much damage that is.
Yeah, I'm at 148 right now.
It's probably not that much.
Y'all think it's 148 damage?
I mean, even if you just rage, Allie, like it uses a rage.
Yeah.
It'll hurt
It's
you.
up to you. I am not making that call for you.
And
If you want to do it, great. If you don't.
I was gonna say, just heal me after, but it's not that simple now. So
I mean,
Hondo
Gord
can heal.
can a little bit, and
Hondo
Hondo can a
Gord
little bit.
can.
It won't be up to max.
You've all tried a lot of stuff, except getting struck by lightning.
it's ballsy. Okay, I'll do it. I'll rage. I'll have my hammer.
Let's fucking have fun with it.
Rage.
Okay.
And I'll try and take it.
Put your hammer up. Maybe it'll just, it's lightning. Maybe it'll save you. I don't know.
You can do it.
Who presses the button and which button?
Cool. Good question.
Maybe the one with the fingerprints. I don't know. It's up to you guys. I leave it in your hands.
The one with the toasty fingerprints.
The west.
Hondo, you pick a direction.
Do toasty. Do toasty.
Toasty.
Why was he toasty? Because he got struck by the other ones. Try
That's
toasty.
fine. Why not toasty?
Okay.
Oh, God,
Are you using
this is
Mage Hand
so
or are you
dumb.
going to touch it?
I want to use Mage Hand just because I don't want to be toasted.
Wait, so maybe wait 1 second. Maybe the reason it wasn't working was because there was nothing to channel the lightning through? Like we were kind of cheating?
Maybe you have to hold the lightning. You have to ride the lightning. Let's find out. Let's get
metal.
fucking
Oh,
crazy.
God, okay,
Let's get
okay,
fucking
okay.
crazy.
Oh, Anna, please don't die.
She's not going to get hit with 148 lightning damage.
She could easily get hit with 140 lightning damage.
No,
Hondo,
if
She
she's
would be
raging, that
trapped
means I
and
have to
I'm
do
raging.
300 points. You have to be
Oh no, hit the
300.
button. Hit the button.
All right.
Do it, do it.
Wait,
With,
Mary
with
was
the
waiting-
Mage Hand.
With the Mage Hand, okay. West, you cast your Mage Hand. Mage Hand touches Alana. Hammer up. You rage and embrace lightning as it, in slow motion, strikes the tip of your hammer, strikes through you, and you just watch. All of you watch. It's just like bursts through her into the ground. Alana, you are supercharged.
Cool.
This isn't even my final form.
The anime of this will be really cool.
Right.
That arcing bolt.
You take 26 reduced to 13 points of lightning damage.
Oh.
That's it?
Oh, I can take that.
Maybe you gotta take all three.
Okay. Hit me again. Do it.
I'm
It
not
has to be-
charged enough.
Has to be quick or her rage will fall.
Do it.
Yeah.
Hit
Yeah.
it.
Do it.
I'll press a button not using a fucking thing in the way and see if that does anything.
Okay,
This is
you're
my
gonna.
hand.
Which one do you touch?
Or my foot. I think I was by the south one, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so you're gonna hit south. Honda's gonna hit west with the mage hand again.
Yep.
Is Gord gonna hit east to do all three, or are you guys just doing these two?
Do all three. Fucking have fun with it.
We'll try all three.
Okay. Gord, you're okay with that?
Yep.
Okay, okay.
Gord loves it.
3, 2, 1. Mage hand, Mary, and Gord touch the buttons. Alana still raging, hammer up.
Is this the dumbest attempt to disable a trap? Let's find out.
Which maybe.
Ooh, that's a big roll.
Oof.
Thank God for rage, eh? Man.
30 points reduced to 15.
Easy.
The lightning again strikes through and just bursts through Alana and just supercharging Alana, just like flaring with energy. You watch from her armor, from her hammer, the lightning strikes and just reaches out to strike, and it strikes east, west, south, but only a few feet short of each of you. Nothing happens.
It's like you need to redirect the lightning to the buttons?
Or maybe you have to
Oh,
hit that north one?
There isn't a north one though.
There
Is
isn't
that
enough
kind of weird that there's something that should be there maybe? Something
What
needs
if-
to go there?
What if someone needs to stand there?
Well, that's what she just
Anthony.
did. You mean someone accepts?
Oh. So we have 4, right? 4 side, 4. So 3 buttons, 1.
You've got
stand.
3 buttons, 1 person right in the middle, and that would basically put 1 person. Where's my camera? 1
Okay.
person in the middle, 2 people here, 1 person there.
Well, how
No,
far?
I'm
How
saying,
far
what
is
about
it
people
across?
on the
5 feet?
outside?
My
Sorry?
thought is,
What
Sorry,
if you
how far-
channel it?
yeah, what if each of us stood on a button, Allie stood in the middle, and you fucking daisy chain it, and you hold hands, and press on the fucking button and see what happens, and see if you can get the electricity out to the little metal placard somehow.
Yeah, that's cool.
Does
Or I was
everyone
thinking-
have 30 hit
direct it?
points?
Could I direct it with my hammer too?
Possible.
Right?
That could be
Dri-
cool.
Use that.
Mhm.
Since I could try that. That way, because you guys are all.
What if you have to send it forward to where there isn't a button? Like, did it look like the lightning was trying to go out that way, or was it spreading all around?
It seemed to be more attracted to the metal.
Yeah,
Maybe you do have to charge up that metal.
you have to complete the circuit.
I can try that and aim it.
Try aiming just at one. I don't know. We'll see that. We'll see if that works first. Pick a direction. Maybe it's like opens a specific direction. If that doesn't work, we'll do all three.
That's cool. You're like charging the door open if there's a door or something. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Okay, so Alana, who's going to touch the button? It's just going to be like a mage hand touch, and Alana's going to try and direct
Yes.
that way? Okay.
Yeah.
Mage hand touches the button. Which one are you aiming for, Alana?
Which one should I go for, guys?
Whatever one you want.
East.
Done.
East it is. As you prepare once more to get struck with hammer outstretched to the east, lightning comes. 26 reduced to 13 points of lightning damage.
It's chipping away at Brawley.
And I'd like you to make, because this is like part of your weapon, part of the Belt of the Tempest, and like your blessing of Cord kind of granting you this storm avatar, almost like directing that lightning. Your hammer has a lightning attack that you could do. Make an attack roll with whatever the rules I have written in that attack are.
Oh.
Storm Fury?
Stormbreaker. Storm's Fury is an action. The wielder can summon it. No, sorry. Is it your belt that has it?
My belt, yeah. That's the avatar.
Oh, right. When you take the avatar form. Sorry.
Yeah.
And it just makes a dex save. Okay, that doesn't work. That's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a... yeah, let's just call it an attack roll.
Okay. That is a 14 plus 10, 24.
Yeah, with that, you channel the lightning and you throw the hammer, and it connects with the button, and just from you, that lightning extends through your arm and stays with the hammer as it strikes the eastern button before returning to your hand. You suffer that damage, but as the lightning does connect this current, as the hammer touches and lightning still channels through you, you watch the button kind of ignite for a moment, and the eastern wall dissipates, and you see an iron door form and a passage east.
Oh.
Awesome. Alana, great fucking job. Is it like a closed door?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a closed iron door. It's got like a kind of a turn method to it.
How much damage did I take on that one?
It was 13 total.
13, okay.
How you looking?
I'm finally under 100 now. I'm at 94.
Following that success and all of you seeing, okay, connect the current, you figured it out. You hear that boom, boom, boom. Once more.
What the fuck does that mean? It's only happened when, in those specific moments, right? When people first went to look at the button and then now, or has it been happening in between?
It's been kind of sporadic.
place is somehow one of the creepiest places we've ever been to. We've been to some fucked up places.
Yeah, this is not that bad.
Can I take a look at the door? Is it locked or is it just that turn mechanism?
It's just the turn mechanism.
Should I try going to the ethereal plane? See if that helps.
I don't entirely see how that's gonna help.
I don't think you don't go to the ethereal plane. You go to the astral plane.
Astro, so
Yeah,
that's right.
we've talked about this
Those are two
before.
different places.
We don't know that you'd be able to get back here. Okay, I guess we're going through a giant door or potentially letting something out. So, looks like it's kind of locked from the outside, so get ready for that shit. We don't hear anything behind the door. I guess it's iron, it's kind of...
You can see there's a small window to look through. It just looks like more hallway. Just looks like
Okay.
a new path.
Let's try this. I'll open it.
You open the door, and there's just hallway before you.
Alright, let's get moving. We gotta find a safe place to rest. We have to find Boone. Fucking hell.
You hear one more loud bang from behind in the room.
Can we see?
Okay.
You don't see anything, but there's something. Some loud sound.
What if we trigger the laser, but we block it?
Boom,
I mean,
boom,
Like
boom.
I create a wall of water in the opening. So when it strikes, it hits it and bounces back and destroys itself.
that's
not
not
how
how
water
water
and
and
lightning
lightning work.
Well, it's just an example, but I mean, a wall. We create some sort of force field wall, bounces back, hits the stone, blows the stone up.
I don't understand what the goal is, though.
That could then maybe the stone is what's holding everything closed. That you destroy the stone, everything just releases and opens.
But I feel like we could also just do that by doing the thing with Elena 2 more times, rather than destroying everything and then potentially fucking ourselves if now the only mechanism to get through this shit doesn't work anymore. Also, what the fuck is that noise?
We should investigate where it's coming from.
That would be a good idea, yes. Let's invest.
Is there any source, or is it still sourceless?
It's not east.
Maybe we should just go east. Like, at this point, run away from the giant fucking thing? Or at least, there's still a slot, right?
It hasn't gotten louder or closer. It's been pretty consistent, and now it's like boom, 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 boom.
Should we investigate it or run away?
Just like a
If
big bang.
Huh?
It's like a big bang, but it's like muffled.
Fuck. What if it's Boone trying to get out and trying to get to us?
Boone.
Okay, try to... open one of the other doors.
Yeah. Okay.
Elena, just try it. Actually, you know what? I know throwing the thing worked pretty well. You have a literal javelin of lightning that's probably made out of metal. It's probably long enough you could just fucking touch the button.
Okay.
Okay, are you gonna touch west or south?
I'll do south.
Okay, with the extended javelin, it's just about long enough that you can just touch the button and hold the tip, and kind of put your arm out to catch the lightning, and basically just lightning comes. Wow. You suffer another 14 points of lightning.
Oof.
20 to 14. And as you touch to the south wall, it just fades. And a more or less identical door to the south.
Open it up quickly.
More path.
Okay, try to just do the other one. Just fucking fuck it. Give
Okay.
us all 3 visuals.
Do it again.
Yep.
To the west.
God damn it, get ready to fucking fight something if this doesn't
I'm
boom.
in a catastrophic amount of pain.
11 points of lightning damage on that last one.
Oh.
As you finally just beginning to kind of sizzle a little bit. This is a lot. You touch, and the western wall opens, and again, you see an arched doorway, though there is a figure in the slotted opening. Boom, you can finally see
Jesus Christ.
the rest of the party.
Yay! We
Is
found
the
you.
door finally open?
No, technically no one's opened it yet.
Yeah, open the fucking door.
You rush over, the door opens very easily
Yeah.
from this side.
And then I would just be like, Boone, for dad. Just like
Oh,
that's us
yeah.
pounding on the door.
I don't know Morse code.
I was trying to do like syllables. Why is all your hair is crazy right now?
I'm going for a new look. Okay, it's been a day.
Beaten and burned. I think this is where we're going to end tonight.
Oh, fuck.
With
Fell in a
Pat's
pit of
instant
blades. It sucked.
Yeah, you did.
Really hurt. Did you guys just fucking put me in a coffin and throw me a bunch of blades?
To be fair, you put yourself in the coffin, and then we just solved the riddle.
Great.
You didn't even hesitate. You just literally were like, well, I'm going to lay down in this fucking coffin.
I was
Worked.
tired.
And that's
Thanks
where
for
we'll pick up
not-
next time.
Thanks for not leaving. Mary, when you're like, let's just run. Let's just fucking leave this
No,
place.
he'll probably be ahead.
I've just been
I know.
DMing Kyle, like, boom, 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 every time I wanted to say it.
I know we've just been slowly talking to each other. He's like, hey, can I try and thump against the door a while ago? I was like, yeah, for sure. I was like, oh, like you can see them doing their stuff through the fog, like, but you can faintly see them. And then yeah, it's
so
just
funny.
evolved to boom, 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 boom.
Oh god! And then I was making Boone on Hero Forge. I was like, "Don't worry, I'm just making Boone on Hero Forge." All these fools trying to figure this out. It's great.
Oh, I have not felt this dumb generally in a while.
Oh man,
That
That was a good one.
that was
That fucking
That was so
puzzle
fun.
fucked us up so bad. I was happy with my consolidation solution of being like, hey, this is an honorable way to go about this.
Yeah, that was cool. So do you want to tell us what you thought, Kyle, was the proper answer?
So the proper answer, honestly, you can argue for either answers that you chose. You could have gone first man knight, second man anarchist, third man coin, or flipped it. 1 and
Yep.
3 were almost interchangeable if you made a good enough argument. However, the correct answer is knight, anarchist, coin. Because the coin, the argument, you said it, killing me will not get you what you want, is the caveat that makes it a lie that a knight could not say.
Because
Because
if we did kill him,
ultimately-
we'd still get what we wanted.
exactly. Because
Oh,
the lady
I didn't get that at all.
wanted all dead.
Yeah, we didn't know that at the time.
Well, so that's what I was trying to hint at with my hint to you guys was that the lady obviously is against anarchists and coin, but you guys have seen elements of the Mercy Killers straying from her and kind of being certainly more chaotic and certainly trying to take the law into their own hands more so than, but she just doesn't have any, she's not trying to actively go against them because they're still doing things that she's on board with.
But
she's-
she hasn't been. Yeah,
but she's just not on board with them in a whole. So ultimately,
she don't care. Get rid of
if
him.
you pass judgment on all of them, I thought when I gave the hint that I was like, remember your experiences with them, because the Mercy Killers just came to kill you guys, like
I know.
Yeah.
a couple hours ago. So I thought at least Hondo was going to say fuck them all, and I think at one point
He
did.
almost did. He almost did.
He's wanting to
ultimately-
slice their hands open.
There's no wrong answer. Ultimately, like however you played it was acceptable because ultimately it's just your judgment versus how the lady thinks. How aligned are the two parties essentially, right? So like your answer was an honorable answer. She would
Mhm.
respect that, but she's going to do what she's going to do.
Yeah.
If you aligned perfectly with her, you probably would have got a better reward.
Mhm.
But that's the way it goes. No
It's just how
punishment,
she goes.
just not as big a reward. That's all.
I did at one point think of maybe outside of the whole list, there's a reason all three of them are here. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But it was basically a test in a test, right? Like the first, it's a classic riddle of like, one's a knight, one's a. It's supposed to be like a spy, something. It's like 3 spies, but of like different nations, right? Like however you skin it. I skinned it for this, but in theory, the knight is supposed to be an honorable, good figure. So you're supposed to save the knight and likely kill the other 2. In this case, I gave you the options essentially of saying save the knight and kill the other 2 is a totally acceptable option. Killing all 3 is also an acceptable option. So it gave you more opportunity.
I love puzzles like that. I thought it was so fun. Yeah, it's so fun to talk about, and it gets the party talking. It's just great.
It's good to get. Also, I want to commend, like, that puzzle was great. You guys spent a lot of time on that, but I liked everyone's rationale. But the problem ultimately was we just kept circling the 2 options.
I
know.
Number 2 was out the whole time. But is 1 a knight or is 3 the knight? Is 1 the coin or is 3 the coin? It was just like,
I know.
Basically, just kept going back and forth for like 45 minutes. I want to commend Brock for figuring out
that was
the grave
awesome.
one.
Yeah,
that was so good.
We weren't even close.
He did it fast too.
Yeah, he got that pretty solid. Obviously, match. There's a reason.
Match is the easy one.
I'm sure you guys noticed I paused very long at the beginning of that because I was gonna start with the match one, but I knew it was going to be so easy. I was like, do I want to start with the easy one or do I want to challenge them a little bit and then give them the easy one so we can get to the third one, which might be more of a challenge. So it was like hard, easy, hard again. But I went with hard, easy, hard.
That was great.
Easy,
I didn't even
hard.
notice a pause. It was great.
It was a bit of a labored pause.
A pregnant pause.
That's right, a pregnant pause. But I also, so the whole challenge to that one was whatever the answer is happens. And
so if
like,
we said rain, it would just rain.
No, the correct answer happens.
Oh, okay.
When you say nightfall, the night falls. I thought by giving an answer, a coffin appears. Match, fire appears.
Yeah, that was
Nightfall,
cool. Yeah.
Someone falls. I thought maybe you would piece together that the coffin
all of these things are happening.
would fall.
Yeah.
Or like something would fall. So the intent was like you would try and tether the person in the thing or like hold on to them as you give the answer. But it worked out.
I just thought it meant that it was going to get dark out, which it did.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I didn't put together this.
It
was almost
pun.
It was almost dark for my life.
Yeah.
That was really,
all
really
these
fun.
tests are honorable night tests.
I really liked all this stuff. It's been great.
That was so much fun.
So intense.
It takes a lot of like piecing together to like, and I've just snagged a bunch of this shit from the internet and the world beyond of D&D, but it's like fun to have a dungeon that's not so like dungeon, like a dungeon.
Yeah.
It's very frustrating to build a dungeon that makes sense. Like, why does this dungeon have this room? Why would they put this trap here? I don't have to think about any of that for this. It's just, what's a cool puzzle, trick, trap? How can I skin it so it would work in the favor of the lady? And then I found this like really cool and super simple like layout for how to do a maze style adventure, and it saved my ass having this like
cool
thing to go off of. It's awesome. I'll show you guys later. When
Cool.
It's all done. It's just super simple.
You've thrown this together so fast. Because I remember you were talking about like a while ago something. You were like, Kyle likes to rant to me in ways that he's like, I'm kind of ranting about D&D, but you have no idea what I'm talking about, and I can't give you any more details.
Yeah, I can't tell you the full secrets.
And then there was like, through those discussions, he usually like pauses and figures something out, and then has to fucking do all of it. It was like on the Friday we were supposed to play, or like this was one of the days we played a Sunday or something, and like he had to figure it all out in like hours.
Only the beginning.
I loved it. Everything's been so good.
That was so good.
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards continue their trials within the deep labyrinth of the Lady of Pain. There will be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.